It's 4 o'clock. I'd like to welcome you to the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board meeting on February 16, 2022. Number one is call to order. And I'd like to remind people that this board meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing of meetings. Board member Dr. Victoria Ruffin is participating in this meeting by teleconference from 4631 East Avenue S in Palmdale, California. And this location has been identified on the meeting agenda, and the meeting is being recorded. And all actions will be taken by a roll call vote. Item B is a roll call vote. I'd like to ask Dr. Ruffin to respond to the following questions. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Do you, are you able to hear our proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And has the agenda been posted at your location?
Yes.
One more question. Is there a location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portion of this teleconference meeting from your location?
Yes.
Okay, members of the board, I'm going to ask you if you are able to hear Dr. Ruffin. Mr. Martinez is not here yet. Ms. Perrell?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And Ms. Nguyen, yes, I can hear as well. Item number 2 on our agenda is closed session, public business from the floor concerning our closed session agendized items. Members of the public who would like to address the board on any closed session item on the agenda may do so now. Please identify the agenda item you wish to discuss. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. During the public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. However, the law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items that are not on this current agenda. Are there any comments? Do we have any comments on closed session?
No, we don't have any comments for closed session.
Okay, then the board will convene to a closed session and reconvene at our regular meeting at 5.
Yes.
It is 5 o'clock and we are ready to reconvene our regular meeting. I would like to announce that this February 16th meeting of the Antelope Valley Union High School District is being conducted pursuant to California Department Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing of meetings. Board member Dr. Victoria Ruffin is participating in the meeting by teleconferencing from 4631 East Avenue S in Palmdale. And this location has been identified on the meeting agenda. The meeting is being recorded and all actions will be taken by roll call vote. Attendees are required to wear a face mask upon entering the facility. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via Antelope Valley Union High School District's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the high school district shall do so in person upon completing a speaker form. I will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments, and individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total of time allotment of 20 minutes. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend the meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, or programs, services, acts, or missions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded of the board's civility policy, board policy 1313. This civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbances or willful interruptions of its board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds for terminating the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruptions by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with the behavior. I would like to now ask Dr. Ruffin to respond to the following questions. 1, are you able to hear our proceedings on your end?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Has the agenda been posted at your location?
Yes.
Is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portion of this teleconference meeting from your location?
Yes.
Now I'd like to ask the members of the board that are here if you are able to hear Dr. Ruffin. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Corral? Yes. Ms. McGrady? Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And I am able to hear her as well. Now, item B is the Pledge of Allegiance. And Ms. McGrady, would you mind leading us?
Absolutely.
Please stand.
Your hand over your heart. Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I always remember some of the things we used to do. Way back when, we used to have one of the choirs that would sing the national anthem. And if the board wants me to, at some point, just no, you don't have to do that. Absolutely don't. Item number 4 is the PINCO meeting. And item A, under number 4, is public comments from the floor for PINCO items. The public is invited to address items on the PINCO agenda or any item that is within the PINCO jurisdiction of the Board of Trustees. And for those of you that may not know, PINCO is a JPA and we are part of it, as are 30, how many? 34 other school districts in the state of California. And we have to be the lead agency. So that's why we have this portion of our meeting dedicated to the PINCO. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. However, the law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on any item that is not on the agenda. Do we have any comments? Public comments?
We don't have any comments for PINCO items.
Thank you, Rachel. So item B then is received for information annual financial report 2020-21. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees receive for information the annual financial audit for June 30th, 2021. Do you have any comments or questions about the audit? Hearing none. This is just received for information only. We don't vote on it. But item C, approval of request for quote award, an RFQ 2021-2022. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees award Evelyn Packaging and Biodegradables Food Packaging for the terms of agreement effective February 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. May I have a motion to get this on the table here? Second. I have a motion by Mr. Rush and a second by Ms. Pearl. Do we have any discussion, questions, concerns? I actually have one question. Mr. Cook, so I noticed that half of this order was for apparently regular packaging and the other half is for biodegradable packaging.
Yes, good evening, Board and Cabinet. The RFQ that was put out on behalf of all the PINCO member districts was a way to mitigate some of the supply chain issues that they've had with non-food packaging supplies. The name biodegradable packaging is just that, it's their DBA. The packaging itself, the material, just like with Allen's packaging, is able to be taken and used in the single stream recycling that all of our districts right now are starting to take part in. As far as the RFQ is concerned, it's really just a way to take and give our member districts an advantage in being able to get supplies directly through PINCO as opposed to going through that third party, which today with supply chain issues is a challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's kind of interesting, biodegradable packaging.
Indeed. Well, it's a good sell today, for sure.
It is.
Yeah, got our interest.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, then call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
The board, Ms. Pearl, by Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
Ms. McGrady,
Aye.
Mr. Rush.
Right.
And Ms. Wynn is an aye. Motion passes 5-0. And then item D is purchase order schedule for PINCO. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchase outlined in the attached schedule. May I have a motion? A second? Second. I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Are there any questions, discussions? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Aye. Ms. Perrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And my vote is an aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. We're going to reconvene to our regular board meeting. And item 6 is recognition, reports, and public comments. And item 8 is from our student board member, Matthew Martinez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. Tonight we have my favorite high school in the district, Night High School. Good evening, members of the board and members of the cabinet. I'm Alan Salvador Morales, the senior class vice president and ICC member. I'm here today to represent Knight High School in our presentation, along with my fellow ICC members.
I'm Sahil Gill. I'm senior class president in 2022.
I'm Andy Garcia, ICC member and committee chair.
I'm Omer Avila, ICC member.
I'm Valerie Mondragon, ICC member and committee chair.
And without further ado, let's talk about what's going on at our school.
Oh, good. Thank you. So recently we have been continuing our homeroom competitions while we still have homeroom, and to encourage school spirit and participation on campus. Our most recent homeroom competition was our sugar cookie decorating competition. As you can see, we had little hearts, and we gave each homeroom that wanted to participate like icing and sprinkles. And as you can see, there's a little board of the circuit that's for voting to see who will win for that homeroom competition.
Currently, our Spirit Week here at Knight High School is Rock Week or Random Acts of Kindness Week, in which we are incorporating both kindness and Valentine's Day related Spirit Days. For instance, on Monday, we spread out throughout our homerooms and we gave out yellow smiley face stickers. We saw a lot of staff and students writing their smiley face stickers and just giving out any extra ones that they had, just add a little brightness this Wednesday. And on Tuesday, it was status update day. So just depending on what color you were wearing, you can show your relationship status and so on. ASB students also made it a goal to do a random act of kindness on a daily basis to just encourage students on campus to be a little kinder to one another. In addition to that, we are also planning our future spirit days, such as March Madness or Spring Spirit Week, which is going to be superhero themed. Hawks and Multiverse is the name. And we're also planning a terrific Tuesday Spirit Day on the date 2/22/22, so February 22nd, 2022, to which students could wear like tutus or 2 necklaces. We are also making a Valentine's Day photo booth. It's been successful so far. We also had a photo booth for our Winter Spirit Week, which is what we're doing again.
As the seniors last year here, we plan to make it a good one and celebrate the graduation in a fun way. We are arranging for Grad Night. We plan to reserve Grad Night at the Six Flags Amusement Park. Grad Night will take place May 20th this year. We plan to have a good time celebrating the seniors last year.
Speaking of special days, prom. P9's hosting prom at the LA Zoo on April 2nd. I'm personally hoping to dance with some of the animals. I'm in line. There's lions at the LA Zoo, right? Anyways, there's our ASB has a committee in charge of planning our prom. It's led by the juniors. They came up with the fitting theme of an enchanted garden. And as you can see in the photos, these are past events held. And I believe that our theme can bring out the beauty of the LA Zoo. And I truly believe it's going to be a prom that we all anticipate to really have fun and attend and create memories.
Love was in the air this Valentine's Day, with our Spirit Week being centered around random acts of kindness, just in case love was a little bit too much commitment. We had different days dedicated to each day of the week, such as Status Update Day, as Valerie was saying, Share a Smile, and Wear Your Heart on Your Sleeve. Along with that, we were selling rosograms, which were $1 each, or which were $3 each, along with a little teddy bear. And we're also doing a Sweethearts photo booth for $1 each.
With Black History Month, we have been posting significant figures on our school's social media, and we have also been talking about them in our school announcements. Now with our sports, we've been having a great season with our winter sports, with our girls and boys basketball team making CIF, and our girls second round game tonight. Along with that, our girls soccer team made it to CIF, and our wrestlers, we have 9 of them made it to CIF.
And with that, we'd like to give you our thanks for giving us your time to listen to our presentation. I wish you the best rest of your evening and rest of your night.
Thank you.
Mr. Nehan, do you know how many more games our students are in playoffs? Do you have a,
I do not have that report off the top of my head.
do you mind, some of us might like to attend. I enjoyed attending Night High School boys basketball game the other night. I particularly like those kind of games that we're not playing each other, because I feel a little bit more comfortable in giving the referees a little advice. So, thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Item B is the CTE program overview. And that is you.
So this evening, in honor of CTE month, we have Dr. Betsy McKinstry, who is our Director of CTE Programs.
Good to see you, Dr. McKinstry.
Thank you. And good evening, Board and Cabinet. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to give you an update on our CTE programs. We haven't done this for quite a while. I feel like I'm still in 2019, but I think many of us do. So we're really excited to give you the update and see how, despite the pandemic and the disruption or the pause or whatever you would like to call it, we continue to forge ahead in the best interest of our students. We'd also like to thank you for your continuing support of the value of career technical education in this district. It really is a model for the support that you give us in our ability to move forward to prepare students for college and career. So I know this sometimes gets redundant because every presentation comes back to our mission and vision, but it really is important that we all revisit this regularly to show what direction our program should go to. And our CTE programs are like any other program in this district, that our mission and vision guide us. And it really is important that we work in our programs to make sure that every student in this district is prepared to pursue both college and career. Also, we haven't talked about the graduate student profile for a while, but as Mr. Nehan has referenced, that graduate student profile started prior to the pandemic, and it was really our North Star. It really addresses the employability skills and the skills and traits that students are going to need to be able to actually manage and navigate emerging and current future workforce needs. And we see from the pandemic what has really happened. We've all had to learn. We've all had to reskill. We've all had to maybe change jobs or do 2 or 3 jobs at one time. And so that's the world that our students are going to be working in and also thriving in. This particular picture I want to point out is our Eastside High School. And Eastside High School's biomedical program actually has a senior defense that attributes these particular, the profile of the creator, innovator, collaborator, communicator, global and productive citizen. And they have to present how they grew in those particular areas throughout their high school career and programs. They have to present artifacts on what it meant for them to be a creator or innovator and what they did in each particular class that showed that they have become proficient and demonstrated those skills. I also always want to point out, workforce disruption, and I referenced that at the beginning, but it really is important as educators that we are always looking at the workforce. Our job is to prepare our students to be able to thrive in the workforce of current and in the future. And what we see is the disruption has really caused a major change in the way we work, the way businesses look at their future employees. And so I want to point out a few things on this slide. 85 million jobs by 2025 could be displaced, but 97 million jobs are going to replace those 85 million. So you hear a lot about jobs going away, but for every job that went away, there was an opportunity for a new job. The economy really does need workers that have at least some college education. And when we talk about college education, we talk about certifications, we talk about community college, we talk about additional training. But what we know is if students walk out with only a high school diploma, we are limiting their opportunities for advancement. We look at the critical thinking and analysis and problem solving. And those are things that we just saw in the graduate student profile, but also in addition that we need to teach our students how to handle stress, how to be tolerant, resilient, and flexible. And again, those are new skills that employers saw as a result of our disruption. And then looking at that, our students will always be training in the workforce. They will always be having to upskill. They will always be having to learn new things. And that's just the nature of the workforce today based on the integration of technology and how fast technology is advancing. So our programs, here's a snapshot of what we're doing in the high school district. We have 9 industry sectors. Those 9 industry sectors are not only aligned to regional economic demand, but they're also aligned to transferable skills. So we know in the arts, media, and entertainment industry, we are not Hollywood, but we do have a gig economy. And we also do know that there's a lot of skills in the arts, media, and entertainment industry that are transferable to other areas. And students learn so much in that particular industry sector. Agriculture, business, education, health science, information technology, manufacturing, public service, and transportation are the areas that we have courses within. Within those industry sectors, we have 40 pathways across the district, and we average about 8 pathways per comprehensive high school site, with also CTE pathways at the academies of the Antelope Valley and at alternative eds. Currently, we have 7,388 students that take at least one CTE course, and we have 9,234 students that take more than one CTE course. And that's important to recognize because when kids find a career passion, they want to take as many courses as possible in that particular area. So just to update you a little bit more about what a career academy is. And the district has expanded their career academies across the sites because we see from research that students are successful in an academy model. An academy model is a small school within a larger school site. And it's a 3 to 4 year program. And the students are cohorted. So they come in ninth grade and they take their career technical education course. And they will also be in the same English course and maybe the math course or 2 other core courses. And they go through the pathway all the way to their senior year in that small community of students and teachers that support them, that know them, and that give them opportunities as they move through. Academies also are really truly focused on an integrated project-based learning platform. It is the core of what they do. So for a student to be filming and videoing in the Courts Hill Film and Television Academy, they will then also look at literature in film so that they make the connection of the two. Students that are working in the biomedical area will actually go into their math class and do statistical analysis on data. So it's really important that they make that connection. So a career pathway is not the only difference with the career pathway and career academy is the kids are not cohorted, but they still take a pathway of courses in order to be able to graduate with skills and knowledge in that certain interest. So despite having a little bit of a downturn, you can see here from 2018-19 school year prior to the pandemic to the 2020-21 school year that we increased the number of CTE courses available to students. We had an increase in the number of CTE students. We had an increase in the number of A through G courses for students. And again, that percentage of courses. So our goal as we move forward is to continue again to give students both college and career opportunities. So as we grow our academies throughout the district, we have 3 academies that concentrate on the medical area. We have 3 academies that concentrate on the engineering academy. And then we have a television and video academy, and we have a public service academy. And although we don't have the badge yet, we have the Education and Social Service Academy that is going to be in its 3rd year at Eastside High School. So the other piece to really notice is the data trends in our academies. So across the pandemic year, that the average days absence was a minimal change. So this was when we had a lot of challenges to students attending school, and we didn't see that difference in the academy. The average day absence across the district in our academies was 4.5 days, which really is phenomenal based on everything that was happening. Our average GPA across the district during that time increased for our academy students. We increased the number of CTE program completers. We had a minimal decrease in the AP course enrollment with our academy students. Mostly the reason for that was we're asking students in the academies to push themselves to have AP classes. Sometimes those kids are not the normal kids that are in AP classes. But what happens is that when they're in the academy, they get a lot of support to really do well in those AP courses from the teachers, from their fellow students. And so we think that because of the pandemic, that made that slight decrease in the amount of AP courses that our academy students took. And we had the number of EL students that were reclassified in our academies increased. This is really a phenomenal effort. And I think that from a standpoint of our teachers and our administrators at our sites and our counseling team that supported these efforts to ensure that our academy students did well through this process. So just want to briefly just discuss a few highlights that happened over the last several couple years. As I mentioned, we started a new academy. We also the summer, the first year of the summer of the pandemic, we actually offered a summer math bridge pilot program. What we noticed is that our students that are pursuing health careers and engineering careers, they need to take higher level math and science. And what was happening is unfortunately, they were not able to do that based on their proficiency. So we started a summer math bridge pilot program with the CTE teachers and the core teachers. And this particular example is something that was done in one of the biomed academies, that the students did calculate the impact angle of a blood splatter. And it was a whole lesson that we also had an LA County, I think, forensic person come and talk to the students during that time as well. We upgrade our technology all of the time to industry standards. We integrate technology. We get advice from industry about what is the industry standard. We've done facility upgrades in all of our programs across the district. We want to make sure that our programs, whether they're academies or pathways, are definitely looking at integration, engagement, and get kids excited about the most recent tools that are being used. We increased access of classes outside the school day. So we allowed more students to be able to take classes that were 7th period, even 8th period, and we even have a composites class that is offered in the evening at Night High School. We actually started a caseworker SPED pilot program. We were noticing in our CTE classes that the students that our SPED students often do not take the higher level CTE courses. So we are working now with the caseworker, and she's identifying those students and she's supporting them in their CTE program. And then one of the most exciting things is that we really delved into marketing. We have a CTE YouTube channel, which I encourage all of you to access. And I put brochures in each one, or Rachel did nicely, brochures, our new brochures of all of our programs and flyers of all of our programs in your mailboxes. And so please let us know if you need more, but I know many of you will say, if you just had a brochure, I could take to this event. And so now we have them. But I really would encourage you to access the CTE channel because that really is looking at, we have videos of our students on there in all of our programs. And I'm going to hand it over to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. I'm Diane Walker, and I'm just going to take a brief moment or two to explain a few additional points regarding some highlights of our CTE programs. And first off is that our district has a long history of articulation through credit by exam with Antelope Valley College, which is one way that our students can gain college credit before they have graduated high school. This is primarily with our CTE classes across the different industry sectors that Dr. McKinstry has mentioned, but we also do have some general ed courses such as English, math, science, and psychology, which also gain this credit for the students. Also in 2018, we began a dual enrollment program with ABC, generally covering those general ed courses. We started with a pilot of poli-sci for civics, and now are doing some advanced math classes, particularly for students who want to move ahead in STEM fields, as Dr. McKinstry mentioned. We've also been one of 9 districts or LEAs selected this year to participate in what's known as the LA College Accelerator Network Project with the Greater LA Education Foundation and LACO, which is giving us an opportunity to really take a look at and help grow dual enrollment for all of our underserved students, particularly with an equity lens. We also have opportunities, as you know, this is not part of CTE, but our SOAR High School, early college high school is another way for students to gain college credit while they're still in high school.
There's also concurrent enrollment, which is where students themselves may go to ABC and take a one-off course and come back and bring it back to high school if that's what they choose. And then finally, of course, AP and IB courses are other ways that students can gain college credit before they leave high school. This chart is just a very brief overview trend of our articulation credits with ABC. And you'll see that almost 2,000 students each year are eligible to receive that college credit for their courses while they're still in high school. And the rate runs between 70 to 80% of those students who take a course are eligible to receive the credit by receiving the requisite grades. And one area that we're really focusing on now, you'll see it's ticking up a bit, is actually getting those credit awards on their transcripts. And that's because the students have to go to ABC, register, ask for the credit on their transcript. So we're working with them to streamline practices to get that done. This chart is very busy and very hard to read, and I apologize for that. But it does show overall trends of increases in each of those areas for dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, and SOAR. And it's broken down by demographic, and it shows that we have a pretty good representation of all of our demographic or student groups in our dual enrollment classes, particularly for our EL students. And again, two areas that we're focusing on for the LACAN program is our students of color and low socioeconomic status students, to make sure that they're represented well in those programs. And finally, part of what we do is provide opportunities for students to work with industry, because that's going to be the good transition for those students, as Dr. McKinstry mentioned, to get those current and trending workplace readiness skills. So we have industry advisory boards, which meet every year and have met this year to get input on our curricula, our course outlines, and the skills that they feel are necessary, both for current and for future trends. We have our AV Career Prep Council, which is our district CTE advisory board as well. That also serves as the AV Edge, Economic Development and Growth Enterprise Education Committee. So that's another great way to get industry involved in our programs. And finally, last but not least, is work-based learning. And that's really where the rubber meets the road, if you will, that the students get to apply the skills and knowledge that they're learning in the classroom and applying them in real world situations, whether it be projects, learning from guest speakers, field trips, career days such as Salute to Youth. You see a picture there, obviously pre-pandemic, at the AV Fairgrounds, where we normally have about 2,000 plus students meeting with industry partners and internships or job shadowing. That bottom picture is of Lockheed Martin and Discovery Education, who came into Palmdale High School and did what they called a classroom, Generation Beyond classroom takeover, where they did a whole project with the students with bringing in engineers. So lots of great things that are happening for our students to get them to the place where they want to be to succeed for college, career, and life. So thank you. And I'm sure we entertain any questions you may have. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, I had a question. I wanted to, this is Dr. Ruffin. Thank you so much, Dr. McKinstry and Mrs. Walker, for your presentation. It was absolutely amazing to see the supports that our students are getting, especially learning about the 40 pathways, and that each one of our high schools has 8 prospective pathway options. I also wanted to really acknowledge the fact that you all are massaging with our students opportunities in addition to their diplomas to make them more qualified to enter into the workforce or have a variety of skills. And I also wanted to mention in our transition support up that at AV College, there is an Emoja program that is specific for Black and Brown students who are low income from our district. I did not see that as one of the supports, but they have a huge program to assist with their onboarding. And the director over there is Mrs. Rashal Hightower. So I would really like to see that becomes a support for our students as well while they're in high school. The one question that I have is in regards to the dual immersion program. Are we saying that the, what was it? 9,234 students, all of them, including the unduplicated, the 7,388, all have an option to attend AV college as duly enrolled, and do they not have to pay a fee, or is that free?
So 2 points, Dr. Ruffin, and thank you for mentioning Moja. That is actually one of the programs that we're talking to ABC about, matching those with our, for example, our Black Student Union, our Urban Scholars, and so forth, to provide affinity groups across different demographics to provide support for our students, particularly with articulation and dual enrollment. And as to the number of duplicated students in CTE courses with the articulation through credit by exam, we have to enter agreements with Antelope Valley College in order for the students to be eligible for the articulation. And that's an instructor by instructor decision that ABC makes whether or not they want to articulate a particular course. Then the student has to have a grade of C or better in each semester in order to be eligible for the credit, and then go through the registration process. So the 9,000 may be more than the 25 courses that are articulated, but we are always working to increase the number of those courses where the students can access that college credit.
Continue the great work that you all are doing. I'm really excited about this. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't hear you now.
I was saying thank you so much for your feedback, and I'm really excited about the work that you all are doing to support our students in their learning. Just a great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have just one quick question before you leave. Do you have in mind other career paths or academies that we haven't implemented yet? You don't have to tell me what they are. I'm just curious.
I think I should maybe tell you.
Okay.
So we're right now working with academies of the Antelope Valley to actually develop a culinary and hospitality pathway that the students, not only academies of in their virtual academy. So always kind of thinking outside the box, and with the support of Mr. Berryman and others, we know that we have a student interest in there, and if we're also going to have a better quality of life in the Antelope Valley and all of the people that come and visit, we really need to address that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, item number C is educational services, public hearing on admissions, preferences, and consideration action on charter petition to establish ILE Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology. Now, before we get started, I have 30 pages to read. Now, it feels like 30 pages, but it's not that long. But I do need to read this. We will convene a public hearing on the charter petition that was submitted to the district on November 8, 2021 for ILE Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology. As shared during the prior public hearing on the petition, the petitioners seek to establish a charter school to serve students in 9th through 12th grade. The board received detailed staff report that includes an evaluation of the petition supporting the documents and responses provided during a capacity hearing interview with the petitioners. Staff analyzed the legal requirements set forth in the education code to determine whether the petition meets the minimum standards for approval. The staff report includes the review team's findings and the option that the petition is not reasonably comprehensive and does not meet the minimum requirements for approval. The staff report was posted on the district's website and provided to the petitioners at least 15 days prior to this meeting, as required under education code. The board is required to hold a public hearing before taking action to grant or deny the petition. As part of the public hearing, the board will consider the admissions preferences included in the petition and receive any public comment on those preferences. Then the district and the petitioners for iLead Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology will be given equal time and procedures to address the staff's findings of fact and recommendation on the petition. The district's review team and the petitioners will each have 10 minutes to address the board and present or respond to any information concerning the proposed findings and recommendation. Following such presentations, we will receive comment from the members of the public, if any. Then the board will deliberate and take action to approve or deny the petition. First, with respect to admissions preferences, the Education Code states that if the number of students who wish to attend the charter school exceeds the charter school's capacity attendance, except for existing students of the charter school, shall be determined by a public random drawing. Generally, preferences shall be extended to students currently enrolled in the charter school as applicable and those who reside within the district. Additional preferences may be performed on an individualized basis, provided that such preferences are provided by the chartering authority, are consistent with the law, and do not limit enrollment access for students with disabilities, English learners, and other student populations. Such preferences shall not require mandatory parental volunteer hours as the criteria for admissions or continued enrollment. On page 121 of the petition, it states that preferences in the public random drawing shall be provided as follows. 1, sibling of existing learners. 2, children of iLead Synergy employees and board members not to exceed 10% of the enrollment, and 3, learners residing within the district. As part of this public hearing, the board will hear any statements or comments from the petitioners and any members of the public who have submitted comment cards. Any statements or comments for this portion of the public hearing should only address the admissions preferences in the petition. We have received comment cards. How many have we received?
We have received no comment cards from the public concerning the proposed admissions preferences.
Okay. So then, we jump down to board questions and comments, if any, on admissions preferences. Do I have any comments from the board?
Yes, I have some comments, Mrs. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Nguyen. So I had the wonderful opportunity of meeting Mrs. Kent, Mrs. Davidson, Dr. Spivey, their staff took me on a tour last week of the iLead school. It was a warm, rich, and welcoming school community where student learning and high academic expectations were demonstrated. I observed a vast use of technology. It was a technology-loaded school where I witnessed the constructivist learning style, which was deeply embedded in each inclusive learning space, as educational experiences within those schoolhouse walls were allowing each individualized student to gain knowledge, whereby teachers supporting and embracing the belief that the learners there learn best and are able to, when they're able to be active and explorative in the learning process. The inclusive model offered student autonomy with rich dialogue happening. I had the chance to witness student inquiry, how each grade works through project-based learning. It is apparent that each student has an independent learning plan with use of technology integration to accommodate the multiple modalities of learning. I spoke with students who were engaged and shared the ways in which the whole child engages in that school space from an academic, social, and emotional developed grade level that is appropriate with curriculum as they move through the school's program and their pathways. Again, this was a very rich educational setting. Students and staff are excited about student learning and the academic success of their students. I applaud the superintendent, Dr. Michelle Bowers of Lancaster School District, and her board for their support of iLead. And I see the value in our AV students having options that suit their families' learning expectations, and I fully support the onboarding of Synergy High School iLead as well.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Anybody else on the board have any comments or questions? Hearing none, we will move on to the next portion of the public hearing concerning the proposed findings and recommendation on the petition. Does a member of the district's review team desire to make a presentation or comment on the staff report findings of fact and recommendations?
So, Madam President, this evening we have with us virtually from our legal counsel, Ms. Leslie Locker.
Okay, thank you.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Meehan, and Cabinet. My name is Leslie Locker, as the superintendent just mentioned, and I serve as legal counsel to the district. I was asked to provide a brief statement on behalf of the district's review team concerning the iLead Synergy petition, including the staff report detailing the proposed findings of fact and recommendation to deny the petition. As you're aware, the district received the iLead petition in November of 2021. District staff conducted a detailed and comprehensive review of the petition, including all of the supporting documents that were provided, and conducted a capacity interview with the lead petitioner and other iLead representatives to learn more about the proposed program. Before addressing any details of the staff report and recommendation on the petition, we want to express that the district appreciates the petitioner's efforts in preparing the petition and engaging with the district during the evaluation process. The district could certainly tell that the lead petitioner is passionate about the proposed charter school program and the arts focus that he is looking to implement. However, the district recognizes that if the board were to approve the petition, students attending the charter school would still be a part of this community. Therefore, the district must feel confident that the program is educationally sound and can be successfully implemented from a governance, fiscal, and operations standpoint. After conducting a thorough and holistic review of the petition and participating in a capacity interview with the petitioner and iLead representatives, the district's review team determined that the petition does not meet the requirements of law for approval, and there are substantive concerns in several areas. 15 days prior to this evening's public hearing, the district posted its staff report, which included the review team's proposed findings of fact and recommendation. The factual findings reflect the most significant areas of concern with the petition. They do not exhaustively list every concern, but rather they focus on the issues believed to be of greatest impact on the board's decision regarding whether to grant or to deny the petition. I do not intend to review each of the findings because those are articulated in the actual staff report, but I would be happy to look at those and discuss any questions that the board may have. I will note that the district's review team identified multiple findings to support a denial, which align with the legal grounds for denial set out in the education code. I would like to also underscore that the district's review team devoted an extensive amount of time to the review of the proposed charter program. And again, we recognize the desire of the lead petitioner to establish a charter high school focused on integration of arts and technology. However, at the end of the day, it is the district's legal obligation to make sure that the proposed charter program is designed in such a way that it will be sustainable and students will have the opportunity to succeed. Due to the issues identified in the staff report, the district's review team does not believe that the proposed charter school would be successfully implemented or offer district students opportunities that are not already available in district programs. For those reasons, the district review team recommends that the board deny the petition. However, we do recognize that it is the will of the board to determine whether to grant or deny the iLead petition. So the review team has prepared 2 alternative draft resolutions, which are before you for consideration. One of those is to deny the petition based on the findings set forth in the staff report, and the other is to approve the petition. I would be happy to address any questions at this time. Thank you.
This Yeah, this is Dr. Ruffin. I don't recall receiving information in regards to an approval. I only got information in regards to a denial from the district.
Right. So the staff recommendation is to deny the charter petition. However, included on the agenda are two alternative resolutions. One is a proposed denial resolution, and then the other is the alternative approval resolution. In the event the board were to make a motion, or a member of the board to approve the petition.
I guess for clarification, we don't get to see the resolutions prior. We just hear about them based off of how we vote.
They were posted, my understanding, on the board agenda that would be available and publicly accessible.
Dr. Ruffin, both copies of both versions of that resolution are attached to the agenda, the electronic version.
I couldn't hear you say that one more time.
Both versions of that resolution are attached to the electronic version of the agenda.
Oh, the electronic version, because I don't see it in my hard copy. Okay, thank you.
Any other board members with comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Locker. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. And thank you for the information you've provided. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
The petitioners for I-Lead Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology will now have a total of 10 minutes to address the board and make a presentation. Okay, your time will begin as soon as you say that first word.
Thank you, board and cabinet, for having us and listening to us this evening. And so we have only 10 minutes, and we do want to address very, very specifically the findings and the concerns that you have. So we will begin with Miss Amanda Fisher.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and staff. I'm going to focus on the 4 elements that the district staff was concerned with in the findings. So the first one was, do we have a sound educational program? And my short answer is yes, but let me explain. Finding 1 in the district report states that while project-based learning and other methods of instruction can be effective, there's no indication this framework specifically addresses the needs of the target population. I-Lead Synergy has been clear that the target population is learners that are attending I-Lead Lancaster and I-Lead Hybrid and who live in Lancaster surrounding areas. This school is for learners that are interested in continuing their education in a small school environment that is focused on the arts and incorporates all of the research-based methodologies that are integral to I-Lead, PBL, SEL, and personalized learning, in a completely immersive experience. All of these methods are research-based instructional strategies that are proven, relevant, and effective. The section concludes that after looking at I-Lead sister schools' data, the findings question the soundness of the program because they did not match state data. As the district and board is aware, we serve a very diverse population in the Antelope Valley. As the districts in the area fall below the state average. In addition to the original data, we compared ourselves to the district. We looked at I-Lead Lancaster and I-Lead Hybrid. They are comparable or surpass the district in performance levels on the California dashboard. This includes outperforming the district in grad rate and college career indicators. In the district's findings, it reads, the district recognizes that I-Lead is increasing student proficiency rates in English language arts and mathematics, as well as improving performance on other dashboard indicators. This supports that I-Lead learners using the core model of our network schools are learning. I-Lead's data also shows the longer the students remain in our programs, they make great growth. For example, a child that is with us 2 years grows by 30 scale points in ELA. If they remain with us 3 years, they grow on average 80 scale points in ELA. This is just another reason to allow our students to matriculate into I-Lead Synergy. I-Lead Synergy is not a direct extension of I-Lead Lancaster nor I-Lead Hybrid because of the heavy focus on the arts, industry partnership, and uses of tools such as AR and VR. But the core of the program is the same. Learners are making sufficient gains academically and personally, as evidenced not only by the data, but by the learners and parents that spoke on behalf of iLead Synergy at the last public hearing. Number 2, can we successfully implement this program? Yes, we can. In regards to IB, iLead has been a part of the IB World and IB Global Network since 2013. iLead's IB team has successfully supported an IB diploma program authorization and reauthorization at one of our schools, and is currently in request for candidacy process for another one of our schools. iLead Synergy is in the consideration phase of the IB authorization process and is prepared to move quickly into the request for candidacy and candidate phase during its first year of operation. In regards to CTE, iLead has successfully developed 9 pathways in 3 schools in the arts, media, and entertainment industry, as well as other successful industry pathways in surrounding iLead schools. iLead Lancaster and SCEI CTE programs were awarded the Strong Workforce Program Grant for pathway development in collaboration with local businesses. As part of this grant, the CTEIG High Quality Program Evaluation Plan was completed, and we scored high in all areas. In regard to supporting all learners, our mission is to support all learners by providing individualized learning in a small school environment. Meeting the needs of each learner is the norm and not the exception. We do not treat each learner as a general education student, but as an individual providing them with what they need to succeed. Each child has an individualized plan with goals set in academics and social emotional development. We are prepared to support all learners. With the needs, our team will have access to the ICA student support, which shares providers among our sister schools to meet learners' needs and share costs. We have an outstanding reputation for serving special education students and their families. And finally, fiscal operations. The iLead Fiscal Service supports more than $70 million of fiscal compliance operations at 6 California charter schools. Restricted revenues and unrestricted revenues are tracked according to the law. Interim reporting and auditing is conducted annually, and there have been no findings relative to restricted and unrestricted revenue in iLead's 14 years of support to charter schools. The budget lease expense is based on actual estimates of lease costs from the landlord at the facility that iLead Synergy plans to occupy. The enrollment projections are reasonable and track with the enrollment growth demonstrated by local area schools. The petition details sample course offerings for the first year. We've outlined how the 5 staff members identified in the budget will deliver the courses to learners. I understand that in a traditional district, it's difficult to think outside of subject matter boxes. While in a small school setting, it's the norm to serve in multiple capacities. For example, Ms. Kent, she has a single subject math credential. She also has a CTE credential in engineering, finance, and marketing. And Dr. Spiva, although he may serve as director, he could also support an ELA, theater, or PE through dance. As we build out the program, we've identified facilitators that can serve in multiple capacities. And again, in our schools, this is the norm and not the exception. We can successfully implement this program. The third element, finding 5, states that certain elements are not comprehensive, including the area of like governance, student discipline, independent study. And I'll wrap this section up really briefly. We serve several authorizers, and we have not had any issues in any of these areas. We follow all legal guidelines as well as Ed Code. We receive annual oversight from our authorizers in all of these areas and have never had a finding. We have a wealth of knowledge and capacity on our team, and we are capable of meeting all required elements. Before I turn this over to Ms. Golden, I just want to say, 1, we have a sound educational program. 2, we can successfully implement this program. 3, we have the capacity to do so. And 4, finally, do we have community benefit? We show that we have benefited the community by serving learners in the Antelope Valley for the past 10 years. Our learners are making academic progress. They are giving back to the community. We want to partner with your district to continue developing new and innovative ideas and provide a vast expanse of offerings to kids. We are asking you to allow our learners to dream and explore and enhance their education by providing them with this wonderful opportunity, a new school to meet their individual needs. Amazing, Mr. Clove, and I think you did a beautiful job. Really, I just want to say that this is almost our 15th year, and if approved, will be our 10th school. This started as a vision for me, from my own 2 children, and it grew into something that many communities wanted, and we only go where we're wanted. So we appreciate that you're listening to us, and we appreciate you spending the time really considering the petition. This is our 10th year in Antelope Valley as well. The community wants us, and I think from the speaker cards, you will hear directly from the community about how we serve them. And we are different because while we might even have some overlap in any kinds of programs, as a boutique small school, we have things like my son graduated with an IB curriculum, but there were only 57 kids in his class. So he was able to, when things were difficult, not fall through the cracks. He needed that. Now, I know many people who are in your excellent schools that are doing very, very well, but the charter law was passed in order to try special things like this. And that's what our purpose is. So I thank you again for listening to us, and I hope that we get to partner with you. Thank you. Questions.
Okay, so we move on to any questions or comments from members of the board. Does anybody have any questions, concerns?
I also would like to know, this is Dr. Ruffin, great presentation. It aligns with exactly what I saw in that learning space. If there could be any feedback from our superintendent or team, what would be the difference from our relationship with Learn for Life and this school? It doesn't sound like they're benefiting from ADA, where I know when we expel kids, or if we have students who are not performing, Learn for Life is an option for them. So I'm just curious to see what is the difference in our support for Learn for Life compared to what you believe is an issue with iLead.
So I'll just say briefly that Learn for Life is currently an authorized charter through the district and has been for roughly 15 years. Learn for Life is an independent study based program. This is a seat-based program. So those are the defining differences.
Does that answer your question, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, it gives an explanation, but I am aware that a lot of the iLead charter people have direct connections with people from the Antelope Valley for a long time. So I know that this is an outside agency, but I believe that their service is speaking for itself. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments from many other members of the board? I'm sorry, I should clarify that. Okay, the board will now receive comments from members of the public who desire to address the matter. We have received how many speaker cards?
We have 7 speakers.
7 speakers. Okay, and the total time limited for public comment will be
In support of it will be 10 minutes.
10 minutes total time.
Yeah, 3 minutes per speaker, 10 minutes. The board does have the ability to reduce the speaker time per speaker and then increase the number of speakers that are permitted to speak. It would take consensus of the board.
So does the board want to reduce the
time
or want to keep it to 10 minutes?
I'm open for it to extend to allow for individual.
This is Dr. Ruffin. I would like to hear all comments as well, at least to give the parents, you know, I feel if we don't, we're denying parents a choice of educational success. And I don't think it'll be fair. Thank you.
Okay. The general consensus of the board is to hear the 7. And they'll be limited to the 3 minutes. Okay. All righty. So Rachel, first comment.
First speaker is Frank Navarro.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Navarro. I am a Senior Director of Local Advocacy with the California Charter School Association. CCSA is a statewide nonprofit advocacy organization that supports high-quality charter schools in California. I'm here today to support of iLead Synergy new charter petition. And as stated in our letter sent to the board on Friday, February 11, I urge the board to approve the petition for a full 5-year term. Board members, the lead petitioner and iLead team are experienced, committed, and more than capable of delivering the high-quality academic program described in the petition. The lead petitioner, Dr. Derek Spiva, was born and raised in this community. He has loudly served as an educator for 40 years, including in administrative roles and in arts education. Between Dr. Spiva and experience and extensive track record of the iLead team and ongoing engagement of the iLead parent and community present tonight, as you can see, iLead Synergy is poised to continue serving existing iLead students in unique academic environment. iLead Synergy as proposed petition built on successful components of other iLead programs, and this team will bring that vision to life to benefit of iLead families and the Antelope Valley community.
Just Antelope. Yeah. Are you getting ready to go?
Yeah, I'm on the pension and OPEB schedules.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure. Apparently we have a problem.
or working process that wasn't.
3929, can you please mute?
How did it get in there?
I'm like, how are we gonna delete that if it's not there?
Okay. Excuse me to mute. I'm sorry, sir, for the interruption.
The detail we have.
All right.
So sorry.
Yeah, no problem. To that end, board members, contrary to finding 7 of the staff report, iLead Synergy has a potential to make a positive fiscal impact on the community. With all due respect to the district staff, the contents of this findings does not adequately justify denial of the petition. Notably, while the staff report claims the new school could result in district program cuts or staff shortages, the report includes no data to support this claim. Meanwhile, iLead Synergy has designed this school to serve existing iLead families who would benefit from their unique programmatic approach and who are expected to continue on the growth trajectory. Finally, board members, there are numerous instances in the findings of fact that demand a level of detail not supported by Charter Act. And the review indicates that iLead Synergy petition is reasonably comprehensive. Therefore, 30 seconds. Therefore, board members, I urge the board to approve iLead Synergy new charter petition and authorize iLead Synergy for 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah. Point of clarification, all speakers have to be present. I'm not sure exactly how this happened. It's number 3929. Our next speaker, who is actually present.
Byrd.
Hi, my name is Dylan Byrd. I am a 8th grader at Ivy Lancaster, and I have been with the Ivy community since kindergarten, and have learned so much from them. Something that Ivy has taught me is the importance of social emotional learning. Ivy has shown me that my mental health and the mental health of my classmates is just as important as our academics. I have always had a passion for helping others, and Ivy has given me so many opportunities and encourages me to follow that passion. During quarantine and virtual learning, for a compassion project, I acted on empathy to organize and deliver a Thanksgiving food drive to the Lancaster community. The project was a huge success. Not only did I have family, friends, and the Ivy community donate, but Virgin Orbit ended up donating over $1,000 worth of food. It was really just life-changing how that happened for me, and I never expected it. And I couldn't have done it without Ivy, so that's something that really happened that was very interesting. There's so many things that I love about my school, but my favorite thing is project-based learning. At iLead, I get to learn in a hands-on, interactive environment where science, math, and even ELA are fun and exciting. At iLead, I have participated in virtual reality class, learned coding, created burned wood artwork, gone to Astro Camp, started a teacher assistance program. In a couple of weeks, I'm going to get to fly a glider plane. In May, I will be attending Catalina Science Camp, and I'm currently learning Japanese. Konnichiwa, watashi wa Jiu-san sai desu. That means hello, I am 13 years old. I think iLead Synergy is a great opportunity for the Antelope Valley community. With iLead's values and the drive for arts and technology, this is a perfect place for me to continue following my passion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. We have the next speaker.
London Branch.
Is there anybody out in the hallway? Not London. If they come back, they can, let's take somebody else.
Dr. Donna Jacobs Owens.
Yeah.
Okay. The kid is 88, okay? It's just good to see your faces. Do you care about your friends' youth? Do you care about your family's youth? I hope the answer is yes. Do you care about marginalized students? Are you willing to do the right thing and approve the iLead charter petition? I started working for Antelope Valley High School District in 1960. Would you believe? Teaching English at AV High School next door to the cemetery. You know where that is. Then on the Palmdale High School, I continued full-time instruction at Antelope Valley College. I'm going somewhere with this. I have been working in education for 46 years. I just celebrated my 88th birthday, if that's it. I need to share a bit of important history to bring context to my message today. Are you listening? When the Watts riots broke out in 1965, of course you weren't here then, I taught at Palmdale High School. The Black students on campus were distraught and determined to riot in solidarity. As the only African-American faculty member, I was asked by the administration to persuade the Black students to believe in change. Change is indeed coming. And so what I want you to believe in is change. There were many meetings of the school district at that time, police departments, board members, and they kept saying, change is coming. Many promises were made, but ultimately, but not kept. Through the years, the district promised equality.
30 seconds.
For students. Change is scary. Change is risky. But nevertheless, we can continue insisting on teaching students to live in the past, prepare them for the future. Surely after 50 years of unkept promises, we can do this.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Alicia Skelton. Pardon?
Good evening. My name is Alicia Skelton. I'm here today to promote iLead. The reason that I'm here is because I believe this is a good option. I have been here for 43 years, born in the Antelope Valley Hospital. So I have been in the school district. My daughter, who just recently graduated from Highland, my 11-year-old and my 6-year-old are all in the school system. I, for 43 years, haven't seen any programs like this. I was sent to Fresno as a teen to participate in Dr. Spiva's arts program. Along with 200 participants, we produced 13 television series that aired in the fall on PBS. During the experience, I learned a lot of communication, public speaking, memorization, and a lot of technical things that I use still today. There was nothing in the Antelope Valley like this at this time. And still today, my daughter just graduated from Highland and we still don't have any experiences like this school is going to have with their kids. I am, like I said, a parent of 3. My 11-year-old was able to do the Enchanted Bookshop this summer in the arts program that was conducted by Dr. Spiva. And the best thing about my experience and my daughter's experience is the fact that the program was designed to nurture kids of color and poor children in the community that felt marginalized. I don't feel that the district did a good thing with the response of declining their petition. And every issue given, it can be easily disputed. As you've seen the ladies who came up here earlier, talking about all of the advances that this would help with the kids who already are attending this school that just want to further in the program. As we know, the district right now doesn't have good PR when it comes to equity and minorities and people who are poor in the community, especially with the issue of funding. I believe this is a positive step towards good PR, and sometimes that's the bottom line. But not only that, I believe school choice is a big issue, especially here in the community. We're in Hollywood's backyard. These are jobs that can be given to people who want to work in Hollywood, bring Hollywood out here. That's tax dollars that would be generated out here, especially to the professionals that are going to be coming out here to the school to give advice and information about the fields that they're working in, and also being shared with the district as well, these people who are leaders in their field. So I say choose yes for this vote where I lead, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Wasner?
Hi, good evening, esteemed members of the board and cabinet. I'm Margaret Wasner. I spoke the last time, so I won't give you all my arts credentials and educational credentials. But let it be said that during my tenure as a facilitator at Ivy Charter Schools at Lancaster, I was relieved to be providing arts-infused education to my learners after several years of the No Child Left Behind era of being told what to teach, when to teach it, and how many minutes to spend on it. Having no educational minutes left to explore the arts would have forced me into early retirement had I not found iLead a decade ago. As you have heard, our charter schools address the whole child and provide project-based learning, promoting academic growth and deeper learning through the holistic approach of project development and presentations. This type of learning is very hands-on and sometimes gloriously messy. We paint, we dance, we create, we make things in the makery, we make short films, and we have slam poetry nights. We'd like our graduating iLead learners to enter high school with the possibility of continuing project-based learning by immersing themselves in the arts and technology. I was a baby teacher in 1982 when Fame was on TV, and I thought it would be my fantasy school to have gone to and to teach in. Well, we're going to try that on a very small scale. I want to live forever. I want to learn how to fly. Right now, I have the supreme pleasure of working with some of Antelope Valley's youth in community theater productions. There is so much talent. It's unbelievable. And I see a real need for these kids in our community to explore that. Some of these kids live to explore, perform, and create. Some of these kids have to travel down below to fully develop in their craft. Yes, our AV high schools do provide wonderful opportunities in arts education. We're not trying to take that away. However, some of our learners, like the fine young man that you heard that was in my second grade class, and also my ballroom dance team, need an outlet in which to immerse themselves in their passions and to develop their talents during high school. We sincerely hope you will allow them this incredible arts-infused opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia Boarding.
Hello, I'm a facilitator and a parent with iLead. I teach kinder and third over at iLead AV. One of the things I have a whole bunch of bullet points, but the first thing I have to say, you guys had asked, what can our high school offer that you don't already have? A second chance and an open mind. We have so many letters that have come in that people are like, we can't handle them. Just send them to iLead, just send them over there. We're like, okay. And I've seen so many changes. My first year teaching kinder, I had a learner come through with her walkthrough. We give walkthroughs to the campus. So we don't just say, okay, here you go. You know what you're coming into. And you come during hours. And I remember her crying on her grandpa's shoulder because she hated school. She absolutely aborted. However, took me about a week to get her to love the school, to show her that school is more than just, here's a worksheet, here's a book, get to work, come on, come on, come on. No, it was, hey, let's make some friends. Oh, did you bring a little plushie? Oh, what's its name? We give an open mind to education to learners who don't understand why I'm different and you don't like me. This high school is going to give them a chance to go, I'm different. Oh, do I have to follow the social norms? No, you can be yourself. You can be a leader. You can be accepted for who you are. I don't know about any of your children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews. My 2 children are not normal, and I love them for it. They think outside the box. I transferred my son during his 7th year of school because he couldn't find friends and he was bullied. He was even harassed. He was even stalked by someone that was his friend. First day there, he found a best friend. He's in 9th grade now. He goes to Elite Exploration, best friends forever. My daughter, I knew she was a cheerleader, but now she's really popular. All right. We have workshops and complete different approach, as Margaret has said, or as the learner has said, that you see, I mean, how many 8th graders came up to support the other high schools? I mean, I don't know about you, if you've looked around, I've counted only 20 just wearing green. And I guess it's more. How many schools do you know that love their job, their school, support it enough to come after hours? I'm not paid for it. None of us are paid to come here. We do it. Thank you. We do it because we love it. And that's the passion. If you love your job and if you love your learners, it's going to show. And we're going to raise leaders. We're going to raise successful people that are going to be a wonderful asset to the community. I've seen a lot of fights going on at the other high schools, and that's why my child's online. There's no local option for iLead. However, how many are going to fill our seats? And that's why we have a wait list. We're loved that much. And I hope that you guys will love us too. Thank you.
Do we have Mr. London? Or maybe he's already left. I just want to make sure he's given
London
a chance.
Branch.
Okay, that's it for speakers then?
That concludes all the speakers for.
Alrighty. I'd like to see if there are any additional questions or comments from members of the board at this time.
This is Dr. Weapon. I want to just say to the iLead community, parents, especially the educator at 88 years old coming out to support. It means a lot for us to speak up and to advocate for what our students need and what we believe they deserve. Thank you for your input. It's appreciated.
Anybody else have anything? Mr. Rush? Mr. I just have one quick comment to say that we don't have an open mind. To me is a misnomer. We've got some amazing teachers who do stay after hours, who do come in on their own time and help students. And I have many stories that I could share about how staff goes out of their way to make sure that students have support. Also, we have a staff that spent quite a bit of time to make sure that their report on iLead was concise and honest. And these are people that I know. I trust them. They're employed by the high school district. And they're not going to gain one way or the other if the charter school is owned or not. And so I have to trust them because I want to trust them. And we have teachers in the audience right now, and I want to thank you for coming in tonight as well on your own time. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2021-22-22 to deny the petition to establish Audited Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology. I would need a motion.
Motion.
And a second. To deny. Now, a motion by Dr. Ruffin and a second by Mr. Rush. Any discussion?
Yes, just so that we're clear, the motion that's on the floor is if you vote in the affirmative, you're voting no on the petition. If you vote in the negative, you're voting to support the petition. Is that clear?
So Dr. Ruffin, just to clarify, a yes vote is to approve the resolution that denies the petition. A no vote is against adopting the resolution. A separate resolution would be to approve. So if this resolution passes, then the charter is denied.
So right. So it's exactly what I said. If you vote yes on the resolution that's on the table, the motion right now, it's saying that each board member is saying no to the petition. But if you vote no, then you're saying that you want the petition to go forward, right?
Not quite exactly. A yes vote is currently to deny the petition.
Right. That's what I said. I don't need any other explanation. We're saying the same thing. So if you vote no, if we vote no, that means that we want iLead to be chartered.
And that would be under a separate resolution.
And I agree, it would be the second resolution, but this would give us an option to go to the second resolution for a vote, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Anyone else have any questions, concerns, clarifications? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Board, how do you vote? Ms. Perrell? No. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
I'm sorry, I should have said this a while ago. This has been a difficult vote for me. I just have to say that before I say anything else. I appreciate your passion. I really appreciate what you're attempting to do. With that being said, I really feel like we have to support our experts and our attorney and trust them. And with that being said, I must vote yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And there is a yes vote from myself, Ms. Nguyen. Item passes by a vote of 3-2 with student board member voting no. Therefore, we don't go to the second.
That's correct.
Okay. We move on to the next part of our agenda, receive information, item D, which is the annual financial report 2020-21, Brian Hopkins.
Yes, good evening. I'm here to introduce Mr. Royce Townsend. He is the partner in the auditing firm of Ide Bailey. Ide Bailey is the firm that comes in and audits our district books annually. They come in late September, early October, and look at our prior fiscal year. I believe you all have a copy of the audit and have reviewed it, and those that wish, I believe a couple of board members have spoken to Mr. Townsend. Mr. Townsend, I give you the floor for a moment to tell us about the audit of the Antelope Valley Union High School District.
Well, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening. Mr. Hawkins, I had provided a PowerPoint. Would that be available still, or would you like me just to
Oops.
just to move forward, which I can certainly do if that isn't available.
Here it is.
Oh, all right. Will you be moving it forward for me?
Just say, next slide and we will move it. Yes.
All right. Well, then I'll have you move to the next slide. Thank you so much. So what is being presented tonight is the report on the audited financial statements. And we are providing auditor opinions on 3 specific areas: the financial statements as a whole, the federal awards, and the state awards. And why I emphasize the auditor's opinion is, in fact, everything within these financial statements is your information. The only part of the audit report that is really the auditor's is the opinion that we provide on, in this case, these 3 specific areas. Next slide, please. I always like to start out the presentation by reminding us what an audit is. The audit is intended to provide reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. And as always, I point out that that is reasonable versus total assurance, which again is looking at every single transaction. I did mention the auditor's opinion, and there's multiple types of opinions, but the highest level of assurance that can be provided by an auditor is what we call an unmodified opinion. At the end of the day, though, I mean, from your perspective, what you really want to focus on is the audit report itself is intended to provide you, the governing board, a level of assurance on that you can rely on the information that you're being provided by your business management. And at the bottom, I just identify how the audit works from a risk assessment standpoint, or understanding the internal control structures that support the numbers, and lastly, a tested transaction utilizing a sampling methodology. Next slide, please. So this here is from the audit report, and I always like to mention that there's a couple pages in this report that you really want to focus on, but the summary of auditor's results recaps the results of the audit. So I'll move you to the next slide, where we'll just summarize this. Again, if you're looking at this in front of you, that would be page 93. If you've had a chance to view it electronically, that would be PDF page 100. But as it relates to the financial statements, we are providing you an unmodified opinion. We did identify one material weakness. We did not identify any significant deficiencies. As it relates to the federal awards, again, an unmodified opinion. We this year had to test 3 major federal programs, 2 being related to COVID-19. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified. Next slide, please. And lastly, as for the state awards, 25 to 30 programs that were looked at, and we are providing you an unmodified opinion for all programs. We did not have any management letter observations. We did have 1 audit adjustment. Next slide, please. Scheduled financial trends is the other really important page within the audit report, and I'll let you move to the next page, please, where we summarize the outcome here. Page 78 or page 83 if we're looking at a PDF. So I always like to say that, to know where you're going, you have to know where you've been. And so that is what's convenient about the schedule of financial trends. It's the only place in the audit report where you have historical information 3 years worth. And so the important things to remind ourselves here is, when I look at the trends, I see some positive trends here. All 3 of the past 3 years, the district has operated with surpluses. And certainly some of, especially this past year, was related to the abundance of federal and state dollars that were provided in response to the pandemic. And currently you're projected to have a surplus in the year that we're in, which and for the audit report would be called the budget year. Of course, that is the budget, and that is not the, well, let's just say that is not static, it's evolving. The reserves continue to remain stable. However, there is a slight decline projected for your ADA, and that is your ultimate funding source. Total long-term obligations have increased by about $38 million over the past couple of years. A couple of things that come to mind, but primarily pension obligations certainly are the main reason for that. Next slide, please. And then lastly, I just want to point out that this year the district had to implement a governmental accounting standards board statement number 84, which was related to how fiduciary funds are presented. And in previous years, the ASB activity was presented as fiduciary, and that had to move to the governmental funds for this year. And in essence, you created a separate fund for ASB activities, Fund 8, that's accounted for in your unaudited actuals. So with that said, I'll let you move to the next slide. That really summarizes the outcome of the audit. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes, this is Dr. Ruffin.
Go ahead. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I had a question. You mentioned that, what does it mean when you said that there wasn't a management observation?
Oh, okay. And so that's a great question here. So what that means is that we have opportunities within the audit report to identify specific areas, one being material weaknesses and the second being significant deficiencies. But the third is what we call the control deficiencies. And those are actually items that don't necessarily need to be in the report to provide to the governing board, but they would be management letter observations. So in essence, if we had an issue that didn't raise to the level of a material weakness or a significant deficiency, we would include it as a management observation. And what my slide was stating is that we did not identify any such this year for the audit.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, I noticed last year in the audit that came out, there was the terminology used, reasonable assurance. When you make reference to that, does that mean that the audit that was done wasn't considered a deep forensic audit? What type of specific audit would you say this was?
Sure. So a forensic audit is usually is intended to focus on specific areas. Now, this audit is obviously a bit more general, than a higher level view. And when I talk about reasonable, I point out that's in contrast to total assurance. So when you have a forensic audit and you believe that there's a particular concern, you're more likely to look at all of the transactions in these specific areas. So that's really the difference here is, again, this is more of a higher level view, looking down and saying, okay, in these specific areas, what do we see? We're not looking at every single transaction. We're utilizing the sampling methodology. A forensic audit, again, is intended to really kind of focus on a particular concern, and you may very well look at every single transaction.
Thank you so much for that. This is just a statement for the board. In relationship to the information that came out regarding allegations of $6.9 million of discrepancies, or how it was stated, misappropriation of funding in our district, I would like for this board at some point in the very near future to consider a forensic audit in alignment with the concern, so that we can really address where monies are going for our students in regards to the Lcap, our English language learners, our foster youth, and our low-income students. And again, thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
I just have a couple of questions, and we have a lot of audience members here, just to give them a perspective. How many school districts do you work with?
Are you asking how many school districts that we audit?
Yes.
Our firm audits close to 400 LEAs in the state. In fact, we audit more than any other service provider in this industry. Myself, I have about 40 plus school district clients within the state of California and in Oregon.
Oh my, and what is your position with the company?
My position would be I'm the partner on the engagement.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your honest and concise audit of our district. Appreciate it.
And I would like to also add, of those districts that you do audits for, how many of those do you usually do a forensic audit for yearly?
When we're asked to do such work, such as a forensic audit, it's a totally different department that does that work. That's a higher level sort of work. It often utilizes different sort of software, a different sort of level of expertise. And also, when you're talking about a forensic audit, you may actually have law enforcement involved. So you want to know, whoever is leading that engagement wants to make certain that the outcome is something that, if it heads in that direction, that it's not something that's done where there's no final outcome. That's the best way of putting it. But it is a specialized. As for my clients, over the course of time, we've had a few that have been victimized by fraud, and that's really what you're looking for with the forensic audit. It's somewhat suggestive of fraud, but again, that's not a department that we work in. That's outsourced.
Thank you so much. That's definitely what we need in this district. Thank you.
Again, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for being with us tonight. I appreciate that.
Well, it's always a pleasure, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. You as well. Mr. Hawkins, do you have anything to add?
Nothing at this time, but I want to thank Mr. Townsend for his time and his energy and his ability to answer the questions concisely for the board. And the board just accepts this audit report. Remember that this audit report now has gone to the LA County Office of Ed and will be further reviewed, and then will be sent to the State Controller's Office for their review.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, and thank you as well. Thank you.
All right. Again, thank you for having me here this evening.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you. Item E is a presentation, a supplement to the Lcap annual update, and that's the name on my agenda says Brigham.
So tonight we have Mr. Hawkins and Dr. Laird to give a brief update on the Lcap with regard to some additional dollars we received after the Lcap was approved.
Good evening. I'm kind of a late addition here because we had received some board member requests or some questions. So I thought I would step in first in front of Dr. Laird, who's going to provide the supplemental Lcap update. It's like a mid-year update. Wanted to start with a little bit of some definition of some terms. We throw around LCFF. That's the local control funding formula that Governor Brown pushed through or passed several years ago. We have what's called, within that funding formula is the supplemental and concentration count, or the formula for it. So it's part of the overall LCFF plan. The supplemental concentration funding that we receive is based primarily on what's called an unduplicated student count. That means we look at foster students, homeless students, socioeconomic based students, and that used to be based on free and reduced lunch or paid lunch. But we only count each one of those students once. We don't get to count them all 3 times. We are currently about 3% less this year than we were prior years in our unduplicated count. And that's because the state now is, and the federal government in full agreement, but we now provide free lunch, snacks, and breakfast to all students. We've lost the incentive to apply for the to do the USDA application. So we're finding that to be a challenge right now. Then we have what's called our Lcap, our local control accountability plan. And then a lot of districts call that their targeted, because we're targeting those students. So I want to talk about a few things that are in our Lcap plan and that are not in our Lcap plan for this current year. Currently, the LA County Sheriff's Office, we have a contract with them, as we all know. Prior to July 1st, 2021, that contract was funded out of the Lcap. The LA County Office of Ed, as well as the state, along with other regulations and lawsuits, that changed. So as of July 1st, we no longer fund that contract in the Lcap in any way, shape, or form. It is totally 100% paid for out of the general fund. One of the things we look at is our prior year balances. If at the end of the year we don't spend all of our Lcap dollars, what happens to them? That's a very good question. So as we look at that law, I mean, yes, there was actually a law that changed that as of July 1st this year. Prior to July 1st, we kept all these funds in our general unrestricted account. Starting July 1st, the Lcap dollars, or what are generated, it's the supplemental concentration dollars that fund the plan, the Lcap plan. Those dollars are now restricted, whereas before they were unrestricted. So those went in the big general pocket pot of fund for the district. Now they're over here restricted, similar to a Title I. Our federal programs, they have restrictions. They have rules, and if you don't spend all of the money in them, they roll over the next year. So starting July 1st, we have the state has an account code system, and there is now an account code for Lcap, for the Lcap plan or your supplemental concentration. Last year there wasn't one. This year there is one. So those dollars are now in a restricted program and will continually roll over. What happened on June 30th when we closed our books? We took the prior year's Lcap dollars that we had not spent and rolled them into Fund 17. Every single dollar has been accounted for, and we rolled them into that, so we do not leave them in the unrestricted general fund where they were. So they have been designated for the programs that we provide in the Lcap. The state created this new account code, and so with that, our dollars are now separated. So all future dollars will be received and placed in the account, and any unspent money will remain and be rolled over into the new fiscal year. As a reminder, previously, this was not the accounting requirement. However, in our district, we have always maintained the spirit of the Lcap spending or the supplemental concentration funding for the Lcap. So that's why any dollars that remained in the general fund at the end of last year were moved and put in Fund 17 and designated as such. So we have not lost any dollars. We have not spent any of the dollars outside of what is designated in the Lcap plan. Now, if we look at last year, in the prior year, if you remember, we closed school March of 20. We were about 3/4 of the way through school. Whatever was left in the Lcap, we didn't spend. And then further last year, if you remember, we were in distance learning for the majority up through March, and then our students only came on campus 2 days a week. So we did not spend as much out of the Lcap as we had planned on. Those dollars are what rolled into Fund 17. And if we look at this year, we are spending our ESSER dollars. These are the state and federal dollars, the COVID-19 dollars. We're spending those in exactly the same programs that we would have spent our Lcap plan. And the reason is we have one-time money. We spend one-time money first. Rollover money, we can save for the rainy day. We can save for future years. We can save for bigger projects down the road. But one-time money, if you don't spend it, especially this COVID money, by September of 24, it's gone. And we won't get it back. Whereas the supplemental concentration funding is a continuing process each year. And there is no carryover cap. So we can carry over these funds each year with the exact spirit of maintaining the Lcap spending goals. There are 4 goals in the LCAP. And we maintain the spirit of that for all of those dollars. Wanted to mention just something on our site. And a big part of some allocations we have in the LCAP is for our students' social emotional learning. Currently, we have at least 5 counselors, 2 psychologists, and 1 social worker at each school site. That gives us a combined 60 counselors district-wide, 20 school psychologists, and 8 social workers housed on our main campuses. Those are the certificated staff. We have countless numbers of classified staff that are aides that help out and are available for student and family assistance. To this perspective, when we look at possibly the sheriff's contract or any of our other spending, we spend about $13 million a year on our counseling staff, on our social workers, that we provide direct services to our students and their families. We currently have a significant amount of the federal and state COVID money, and we're using that first. We are spending considerable dollars allowing our staff extra time, meaning they work extra into the day, meaning till 4 or 5 in the afternoon sometimes, or early morning, and a lot on Saturdays too, I might add, that we're paying for out of ESSER funds that we probably would have paid for out of the targeted or supplemental concentration funding to provide all of our all of our students additional assistance throughout the full day and Saturdays. So through the first half of this year, we've spent about $21 million of our supplemental concentration funding. We have several million dollars that we've spent out of ESSER in additional support for our staff and students. So we just heard about our audit, and I understand the forensic audit, but we have what's called a 32-digit account code system. I can darn near tell you the person we spent the money on, meaning that we can provide information that will drill down to the school site, down to the teacher, that we are spending any LCAP dollars on at any time. All you have to do is ask. And I can produce reports that will be thousands of pages, but we can have those for you. So I just wanted to give a brief update and see if you have any questions by chance.
I do.
Oh, fantastic.
Your opinion, if we do not need a forensic audit at this point?
Absolutely not. That would be if we had signs of fraud.
So that's, I think I have a loud voice.
I had a comment.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go.
Okay. Can you just tell me again how you keep the dollars separate, old dollars separate from the new dollars? If, for example, you have, let's just say you have $1.1 million. Let's use that. At the end of the year, you have spent $900,000. Is that 200,000 carries over into Fund 17? Did I get that correctly, or is that?
That is how we did do it.
Okay.
That would be prior to July 1st. After that, so as
I started to kind of lose, wasn't able to focus at some points. But so you got that 200,000. Does that carry over? And then we have the same funding, so that will build every year then?
Absolutely. It is similar to our Title I programs and even our routine restricted maintenance, that whatever dollars are not spent will stay in that restricted account that the state set up starting July 1st. So it will continue to roll forward.
Okay. And then just the last part of this is Lcap. Is the sheriff's department's contract paid for through the Lcap?
Not this year. It is absolutely not. And prior years, I do want to remind you that for all prior years since the Lcap started, the LA County Office of Ed approves the Lcap after this board. So we can't spend the money in it until LA County Office of Ed approves it as well. So we're not the only one who looks at the budget, looks at the plan, The LA County Office of Ed does, and then they pass that up to the California Department of Education for their review and approval as well.
Is it inappropriate to use LCAP money for the sheriff's department at this stage of the game? Is something changed?
Yes, as of July 1st, it changed. Prior to that, it was an appropriate expenditure and approved. Today, it is not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for your information. And of course, I would beg to differ about the transparency of money spent. I do recall in 2019, 2020, I asked about thousands of dollars that the superintendent was allowed to write via checks, and there still has been no explanation of where that has come from. Nevertheless, in regards to the allegations against our district about misappropriation of funding of almost $7 million, I do believe that in that article, and it was published in the AV Times, that the NLSLA and the Equal Justice Society will work in collaboration with our district for an external perspective, because I don't believe that we would be as honest, but I do honor an external audit. And whether or not this board engages in a forensic investigation, I am happy that parents are speaking up. I'm happy about the representation from NLSLA and the Equal Justice Society, so that we can have that transparency. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Dr. Ruffin. I think that there's two people in this room right now who understand school budgeting and school accounting. That's myself and my director, Trixie Flores. If you understand the way the state set up the accounting system, we track every single dollar. We can show you where they've all gone. As to your first request, I don't believe Dr. Vieira ever was able to sign a check in the district. He's not by himself. It takes two people to sign every check in the district. Danita,
and you are correct. Deborah Duardo's name was on that check too. And like I said, I asked those questions and I never got verification of how those checks even came to pass. And I have made those that issue a concern with the district attorney's office. And I've mentioned that back in the past. Like I said, I'm not indifferent of an internal opinion, and I'm glad that we have those records, but I also honor an outside opinion about the ways in which monies are allocated for students, especially those students who are mentioned in our Lcap plan, which does focus on foster youth. We have the largest number of foster youth in LA County right here in the Antelope Valley. It doesn't make any sense about why, monies, even if they're unduplicated for our ELL learners, which in comparison to all of our students in the district, we should be able to account for that. And the large percent of students within our district who are low income, and how those monies are being spent for their learning improvement and achievement, not for police controlling of these students, So I'm more concerned about how those monies, where we said in our Lcap, and I'm quite sure it'll be explained as you go through this presentation in the supplemental review, of where those monies are actually going and how they're reaching our students in that regard. And I'm quite sure our district will work with this external committee to look at those allegations and provide us any clarification that we need as a community. Thank you.
I'd like to clarify that we are not paying the LA County Sheriff's contract with any supplemental concentration dollars in an LCAP plan in this current fiscal year.
Mr. Hawkins, I have a couple of questions if it's
Sure.
all right.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. McGrady, I wasn't finished. And you're right, Mr. Hawkins, thank you so much. I do believe that the years that are in question was 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021. So I believe that that's what's in question. And again, if people want to look at the depth of what that inquiry and those allegations are, it is noted in the AV Times. Thank you.
I believe also in the AV Press, I read the article. And if you remember, prior to this year, those expenditures were allowed by the LA County Office of Ed and CDE as allowable. Ms. McGrady, you got a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. You mentioned the ESSER dollars. Just to clarify for us, we have more carryover dollars in the LCAP due to using our ESSER dollars first. Is that correct? Do I understand that?
Absolutely. Budgeting 101 says use your one-time dollars first. And so that's what we're doing using these ESSER or COVID dollars. And the whatever we don't spend in the of the supplemental concentration dollars in our LCAP plan, whatever we don't spend will roll over into future years.
So okay, and then just to follow up with that, looks like we're using a lot of federal COVID money to provide LCAP type services for our students and their families. So if we have those dollars left over, those will roll over, or we'll save any extra money from when we no longer have COVID money. Okay.
You're absolutely correct. Once the COVID money goes away, we will still have the need.
Okay.
The need isn't going to change. And those dollars that we don't spend today, we can spend tomorrow in the spirit of the LCAP plan and the goals we have.
I do have a couple of questions. Actually, I'm going to ask Dr. Laird, but I did want to make a comment that I was able to meet with you. Thank you very much for taking your time and your open and honest discussions. I was blown away when I asked for how many different funds does the district have to manage, and you said
if we get down to the actual funds, it's about a couple dozen, but we have thousands of account code lines, to about 20,000 account code lines in our budget, actually.
Thank you. And I also had an opportunity to meet with Trixie as well. Am I saying your name right? I was very impressed with her desire to do a good job. I really haven't found too many people in education that don't want to do a good job. And Trixie, I was very impressed with your ability and your sincere effort to make sure that every penny is spent the way it's supposed to be. So thank you both.
And I would invite any board member, all board members, to stop by my office at any time, and I can explain any question you have and show you the actual evidence of the transactions. So you're welcome to come by my office anytime, and we will pull any report to provide you the accurate information versus the estimated information from others.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a great.
I have another question.
Oh, yes, sir.
If certain things were going to be paid for, what would be funny if board members were going to get, say, websites, individual websites for themselves? What fund would that come out of?
That would come out of the general fund.
General fund for a school safety plan?
Yes.
And computers and telephones for board members, all?
That all comes out of the general fund. That's our, what we would call our operational, where we pay salaries and general overhead costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Hawkins, while you're on that, thank you for adding that information. And within the school district that you've been a part of, what is the commonality for board members to have separate phones or to have different websites for their constituents? Because I'm familiar with LA Unified, which is the second largest district in the nation. And let's be clear, any technology belongs to the district that the board members use. And what is the commonality for board members? Because as far as I know, all board members that I've ever engaged in have borrowed technology from the district that they give back after their tenure and cell phones. So let's just be clear. This is not for our personal use. This is not for our personal gain. And it just amazes me how, these little side comments try to allude to some type of misappropriation of funding for that source. It does not. Let's just be clear.
Oh, I would agree. It is not a misappropriation of funds to pay for board members' cell phones or computers. You started the question, if I remember correctly. I've served in 4 different districts. This is the only district that has provided a few board members cell phones. Most board members provide their own personal cell phone. And none of them that I'm aware of has the district paid for a website. Now, LA Unified has 600,000 students and a $2 to $3 billion budget. We're a little smaller.
Exactly. We are a little bit smaller, but our community is broad. And one of the issues that we've had over the years with our district is the sense of communication and inclusion with our constituents out there. Nevertheless, no board member had ever extended any money from this district for a website, even though it was asked. That's for the record. So no websites have ever been paid in this district for any board member that I know of, just for the record.
It's a long night. I think that maybe we should move on to Dr. Laird's presentation.
Thank you. And if you have any further questions, you can call or email me or stop by my office anytime you like. Thank you.
Saving the tough questions for Dr. Laird. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hawkins.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. So my role is to just give you an update on the Lcap, and what is unique this year is normally we would give you a mid-year update, but this year there is a supplement to the Lcap update because of or in reference to the special state and federal dollars that we received as a result of COVID. And so the question is basically how have we addressed those funds, how we use those funds. And so this first slide is just a background letting you know that requirement or that request is through AB 130. And so there was a very specific template that was provided to all the LEAs from the CDE in which there were 5 prompts. And so what we've been asked to do as a district is just to address each of those prompts, which again, it is a way of letting them know how we're addressing the use of those funds specifically in relation to COVID. So I'll just kind of go through those real quick. This is just a kind of an overview slide, kind of relating to what Mr. Hawkins was talking about. Again, when the budget was first approved in July, we were not aware or didn't know which monies we would receive. And so this just shows the change in dollar amounts based on when our budget was first approved in July. And then at the first interim, we updated those amounts based on the additional funds that we got from some of those state and federal COVID dollars. So that just kind of gives you an overview of that. So in relation to the first prompt, it has to do with how we as a district are engaging our educational partners, or how we plan to engage our educational partners in relation to the use of the funds that we received from the California Budget Act. And so in response to that, or to address that prompt, just as a reminder, as a district, historically, we've had a very extensive structure in place to obtain feedback from our educational partners. And so what the CD is asking for is basically, how are we planning on doing that? And so without going through every one of those, I just provided kind of a summary of some of the things that we do as part of our yearly cycle of ongoing engagement with our educational partners. And those are the different ways that we collect that feedback, and then we use that feedback to make decisions based on how that money should be spent. And then for prompt 2, we were asked to address the use of specifically the concentration funding. And so again, just as a reminder, as a Title I district, and most of our schools being Title I schools, we look at the low income EL students and foster youth. And if a school or district has more than 55% of students that fall within that group, then there is a provision that monies be spent specifically to increase or retain certificated and classified staff. And so this is a summary of money that has been allocated specifically to address that need, because in all but 2 of our schools and as a district, we are over 55% our student population that fall into those categories. And so that is a general summary of the money that's been allotted to address those certificated and classified personnel needs. Prompt 3, I know there's a lot of words there. I'm not going to read every one of those words, but Prompt 3 deals with, again, educational partner engagement specifically for the one-time federal funds. And so this is kind of a repeat of the first slide, but it focuses more on the federal funds that we receive. And I would just go back to the guiding principles that Mr. Nehan and our district have reiterated throughout this time, that the primary principles, the guiding principles, are to mitigate the spread of COVID and the continuity of learning. And that's kind of what these one-time federal funds also are about. It's what are we doing as a district to address the mitigation of COVID, and then also to address the impact that distance learning has had on our students. And so once again, we're using the existing structure that we've had historically to get that feedback from our community and from our educational partners. And some of that has already provided feedback. And so I just kind of give you a summary in that bottom portion of some of the things that have already been expressed. The desire to address the impacts of lost instructional time, the desire for additional social emotional support, the desire to increase technology to create greater access, as well as opportunities for students to have more opportunities for supplemental instruction and to retrieve credits that were potentially lost, and then also to create safer physical environments for our students and our staff. And some of those things we've already started and we're in progress. Prompt 4 dealt with specifically the implementation of our ESSER 3 expenditure plan. And that was a plan that was approved by this board back in October. And so what this particular prompt is about is basically giving an update of where we're at in the implementation of that plan. And again, I would just remind us that this is a mid-year update. So there are things that have already been started. There are things that have been completed, and there are things that are still in progress. And so as part of that ESSER 3 expenditure plan, we specifically had some actions that we were going to be taking, namely the augmentation of substitute teaching by raising the daily subpay, and also just trying to do what we could to address the staffing shortage by taking some of those actions, expanding our independent study program, as well as increasing course offerings, again, for students to repeat enrollment and to retrieve credit, and then also upgrading our physical environment. And so within that prompt, we were asked to provide kind of a narrative of where we've seen successes and challenges. In terms of successes, we obviously have seen a huge increase in the demand for independent study, and we've been able to meet those demands due in large part because of the way that we've expanded that program. There's also been an increase in available technology that has allowed us to provide a more flexible type of instruction in larger settings where maybe we didn't have the staffing that we needed on that particular day. In terms of continuing challenges, obviously we recognize that we still have to address the shortages in staffing. And then also we're continuing to address the students who are deficient in credits as a result of some of them struggling during the distance learning. And then prompt 5 asked us to address how we're using the fiscal resources consistent with the Lcap. And so really what they're asking is, in what ways was our Lcap already aligned, or what are we doing with some of those special COVID dollars that already align with the goals that were in our Lcap? And so again, you can see specifically there were already actions that we were planning on taking even before those federal funds came in. Again, namely the expansion of our independent study program. We've already begun the process of selecting a new district-wide independent study curriculum. We've increased the number of educational social workers to help address the need for the social emotional needs of students, as well as behavioral support, and then also to increase and enhance our technology capabilities. And so that's just a summary of how we addressed the 5 prompts that we were provided by the CDE. And so in closing, I would just say, obviously, we're going to continue to face challenges when it comes to the impact of COVID on our district and our students. So these are going to be ongoing issues moving forward. And so this is, again, just a summary of some of the things that we're going to need to continue to address: the hiring of staff and to fill some of the vacancies that we have, the implementation of health and safety protocols, the continued implementation of those things, also addressing the learning acceleration needs of our students. And so I would just say that despite these challenges, the district's committed to implementing the Lcap in a way that provides the necessary services to our students. And we want to make sure that we acknowledge and sincerely thank the hard work and dedication of our employees, support of our families, our parents, and also the resilience of our students to accomplish this work. Thank you. And with that, I think, Ms. Nguyen, you said you had a couple of difficult questions for me.
First of all, a quick comment. hold on just a second. And I'll be brief. When I left the district in 2015, this was a lot different. Lcap was just beginning, and there's been so many changes made, and I applaud the district for being able to move with the changes, I guess. That would be an appropriate comment. I do have a question. Once you've developed your Lcap plan, who approves it?
The board. The board approves it, and then it goes on to, I believe, the Los Angeles County of Education, and then on to the CD.
Thank you. And Dr. Ruffin, you had a comment or a question?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I'm actually going to leeway into what you were just stating. And thank you, Dr. Laird, for your presentation. You know, I want to really acknowledge our staff and our teachers and our administration and the level of command in being able to address the LCAP in the areas of learning for our students and achievement. It is well recommended. But anybody who knows anything about being on a school board and being an elected official or how a board runs, we know that the board is here to direct our one employee, which is the superintendent. The superintendent is in charge of everybody who falls under him, which includes Dr. Laird doing this presentation and any assistant superintendent as well. The directive in regards to the LCAP is our fiduciary responsibility as a board. It is our ability to look at these things and be transparent, not taking directive from the superintendent. We're supposed to be the oversight, but in this district, that has been totally misconstrued. And with that being said, when we look at what's going on in our district, you know, I don't have any relatives that work for this district. I've never had any relatives that work for this district. I don't have any agenda in regards to anything but making sure that our kids get what they need, which is what Dr. Laird alluded to. So when you have people on this board that don't recuse themselves when they're making decisions about their relatives who are sheriffs in this district or whose children work for this district or work for this district and their relatives are here, it does give a sense of shade about the ways in which we're making decisions. So I am so happy that we are looking forward to addressing these issues, being transparent and moving forward so that our kids gain. The LCAP is the guiding principles that we're supposed, and a level of accountability that we should be looking at and enforcing in this district. And those are my comments, but thank you so much for the supplemental information.
And does anyone else have any comments? Mr. Rush? Mr. Grady?
Thank you very much for your report.
Earl? Thank you very much, Dr. Laird.
Thank you.
Student board member, do you have anything you want to ask? No. Thank you very much, Dr. Laird. Okay, we're moving on to item F, board officer report, and I have none tonight. Item G, Antelope Valley School Transportation, AVSTA report update from Mr. Hawkins.
Nothing new since the last report. Thank you.
Okay. H from AVTA, who do we have? We have Mr. Stockton.
Good evening. I did have some comments prepared tonight, but I'm going to leave those for another night as we're about 2.5 hours in already. So I'll keep it brief. We do have a student that needs to get to school tomorrow. So on the agenda tonight, there is openings to negotiations for the next year. You know, everyone realizes it's been tough of late, but there is some good news in the presentations we saw tonight. 3 years of surpluses over the last 3 years in the budget of the district. That's good. I think I saw something about a mega COLA in one of those presentations. That's good news. The state has announced recently that they are going to go back and take care of all of the certificated and classified employees and all of the employees throughout the state of California in terms of sick time related to COVID. And that's something that we absolutely welcome. And I know that the district welcomes as well. We recognize that's something that would have been extremely difficult for the district to be able to do on its own. So for the state to be able to come in and do that is wonderful. So we look forward to the time ahead. While we've not always seen eye to eye on every single item, we know that this district has always made a good effort to negotiate with us, and we have no doubt that that won't continue for this year coming forward as well, especially in difficult times. And I did want to make a note on a positive side tonight. I think we've seen enough mudslinging already. So to focus on the positive, I would like to thank Ms. Perel. She did come out and visit the school recently, and it was nice to see her out. It's always welcome to have board members out at the campuses, and that's something that we all appreciate in having that involvement. So just wanted to recognize that and say thank you, and hope everybody has a wonderful night. Thank you.
Mr. Stockdale, just real quick, the question you brought up that teachers would be able to get paid from sick leave if they have the virus. Is that retroactive or is
as I understand, it's retroactive January 1st.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. From CSEA, Karen White. There she is. You're behind the podium. I cannot see you.
Okay. Better?
Little lot of me.
Wow. You don't want me to get too loud.
There you go. You're just fine now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I think it's closer to good evening. Board President, Ms. Nguyen, board members, student board member, Mr. Martinez, and our board cabinet, as well as Mr. Meehan, Mr. Byrd, and Mr. Roscoe. I hope everyone was able to enjoy their Valentine's Day with someone that was very special with them on Monday. I, on the other hand, made out like a bandit, and I hope that you did too. I got the roses, I got the chocolates, which were right up my alley. And since I said that, now that might be something you want to make note of. I also had a very enjoyable 3-day weekend since we did celebrate Lincoln's birthday last Friday. I didn't hear one complaint about having that day off. And so far, I haven't had any objections to our upcoming 3-day weekend being Monday for President's Day. Kind of go figure on that one. I can tell you that I probably, with me and a few others, could kind of get used to this in the next few months. And I don't think that you'll find any objections on our side of the table. So that means it's on yours. I told you last month that I had hoped to see a knight in shining armor coming forth to provide some relief to our sick leave members' accounts. And I'm sure that we were all on the edge of our seats whenever the bill passed the legislature and then lay waiting on the governor's desk for a signature. But once he signed it, I know that our human resources secretaries and our payroll departments were ready for the next steps in pulling our employees' leave accounts to analyze and to explore the potentials of returning the days and possibly reimbursements of any funds that our employees might have been entitled to. And of course, you realize that this is no light or easy task for these individuals who are now engaged in what we want to thank in advance Mr. Ramos, the Human Resource Department staff, secretaries, and our payroll ladies for their diligence and their time-consuming work to review these files, make the necessary changes, and perform any calculations that will benefit our employees. We, like most of you, are hopeful that the last COVID surge is now behind us, and we won't have to deal with another one ever. We'd like to congratulate Dr. Laird and Dr. Harris on their promotion, since we weren't able to do that at our last meeting, as well as congratulate Mr. Stanford, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Nichols in their new assignments. We'd also like to express our appreciation to Lisa Potter, Trixie Flores, Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Ramos, and Mr. Neal in expediting the registration of our 7 paras to attend the virtual para conference that will take place from March 8th through the 10th.
Believe me, they went above and beyond with creating the necessary PO in order to complete the registration process, as our CSEA headquarters kept changing the date for completing the ability to register for this very important conference. They pulled together everything in record-breaking time. And of course, our appreciation goes out to them for getting that, so our delegates could go to this conference, and we cannot express or give you guys praise loud enough. So thank you so much for that. It's difficult, as you know, these past few years, that we've lost so many of our certificated and classified employees. And of course, with each of us, we have had a special connection with these stellar employees. Some of you have had the opportunity to work with or know Glenn Miller. Glenn worked as a substitute, then a roving sub, prior to being hired at Little Rock High School in the social science department. He was a big man, and his love and his heart was bigger when it came to students, their education, sports, and their goals for their future. He supplied Lobo sweatshirts to students who didn't have coats, and he sponsored numerous clubs and campaigns that were on the campus. Even though he retired several years ago, he kept that connection with the school, our staff, and current students, as well as students that had already gone on to other things. Glenn left us on Saturday, January the 26th. We hope that you will keep his family in your prayers and in your hearts on Friday when we have services for him. The days seem to be speeding up, and it doesn't seem possible that our spring break is just 4 weeks away. Soon we'll be fighting allergies besides COVID. As we approach our upcoming weekend, I hope you'll find some relaxing moments and warm weather. But most of all, enjoy Monday to the fullest, because you got to come back to work on Tuesday. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Karen. We are down to item J, which is public comments from the floor for agendized items. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns or issues, and the board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. However, the law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have?
We have one speaker for agenda item 6H.
Okay. And who might that be?
Mr. Roscoe, hello, Ms. Ramos, and my security guard, and especially Dr. Ruffin, so I know I already started. I'm gonna stand here just to say something that most of you on this board already know, because you're part of it, not Dr. Ruffin. But I'm gonna tell you why. I came to speak to Dan Shy today to give him his props. Let me tell you why I want to give him his props. Last time he was here, he said something about he's the president of the Teachers Association. He admitted it, and he went on about his business saying he's getting ready to retire. Well, you all know that I'm in the middle of a court situation, and I'm not going to hold my breath. You know what it is? I had to put in a brief on the January. Stockdale and Hunt had to put their brief in this month. But let me tell you why, because they want to sue this person as a parent that came to the district because Coach DJ Hines called the kids the N-word, the nigger. And now I have judges, I have attorneys and different people wanting to help to fight the cause of what they went and lied about. But this is what was really sad. When you go to court and you take a note and you say something like this, as Stockdale did. He's not part of the so-called, the the chairman of the recall unit or the board that helped to try to get Perel and Dr. Ruffin and all the rest of them out of the way because of what they found out about this district. So he said he's not that to the judge under oath. He said he's not the president. He'll be found to be just a person that's a teacher and not admitting that he's the vice president. He don't want to say that he was the person that did a police report for Dr. Miguel Coronado. I mean, we already know who he's serving. We know on this board who you all are serving too. We know who this district and this town is serving. But he also went ahead and acted like even Julie Drake's the sit here, that's your personal reporter. She put it in there to let it be known that he's part of the Teachers Association. He's the GoFundMe person. The judge asked him, would he find anything about GoFundMe on there? Well, maybe you might find it because, I'm a teacher, but he's a chairperson, but he denied it. And Mr. Hunt's a little behind. He sit here and I was wanting to tell Mr. Damshire, do you guys accept people that deny their positions in the Teachers Association? Hunt lied and said that I had something to do with him being not hired with the district. Well, you know what? I got some good facts from how the personnel works. Mr. Neal should know how, and all the stuff, people that are lying about people's pay raises. Just go on Transparent California to see what people really are making. But this district doesn't like to provide a parent any information, but they sure will for a teacher to come up and lie. They don't lie. Hunt is so happy to say he got a position only because now he was afforded because of you board people. The board people that are sitting here, Ruffin, the board people, Miss Grady, and we got Miss Wynn. You all sit up here nicely and act as though you're not part of the district. Who would walk around with this kind of stuff on their chest? You all had this this is your stuff. This is you walking around with a bulletproof target, sitting up here with Dr. Ruffin, Bob Davis, and Perel. Oh, she's definitely now not saying nothing because you don't threaten her. And stop right, Mr. Furman. I'll be back.
Okay, do we have any other comments on the agendized items?
No other comments for agendized items.
Thank you, Rachel. Item K, public comments from the floor on non-agendized items. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into dialogue with the public or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have comments on non-agendized items?
Yes, we have 2 speakers.
Two, you said 2?
Yes, 2 speakers.
Okay. The first?
Barbara Long.
Okay.
The board. Can you hear me okay?
There you go. Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak to all of you tonight again. Hopefully my time, well, obviously it's not going to get cut because tonight I get 3 minutes. Last time I was here, I only got 1. I'm here again to share about the situation that we went through personally. Back in September, there's 3 people who live in my house, me and my 2 adopted sons. 2 of us got COVID and 1 didn't. My special needs son, who didn't get COVID, was forced to stay home from school for 20 days because he didn't get COVID. He's in special ed. He has, speech problems. He's got, so denied his education. Then I get a notice from the school saying that he had excessive, unexcused absences. Then he wasn't provided the services for his speech therapy. And, and my question is, I'm so opposed to these mandates, keeping kids masked. How do you teach a special needs to any student? Speech, reading, all that kind of stuff, having their faces covered for things that don't even really work. I'm getting nervous coming up here. I don't like doing this stuff.
Well, feel alone, everybody does.
So anyway, when we had COVID, I mean, I tried everything. I'm old school. I believe in herd immunity and, natural immunity. I tried to get him to catch it so we would all have it and be over it and be done. He didn't. So then he goes back to school. And then in January, he got sick, had all the symptoms that we had. I tested him and he was negative. So about the mask mandates, the county says, or you guys say that you have to answer to the county. LA County Health says, no, it's up to the districts. We learned yesterday that Desert Christian lifted their mask mandate. They're leaving it optional. I'm hoping that this district can lead the way for the rest, because there's other counties. Orange County's lifting their mandate. Yeah, we got to help these kids. They're depressed. I know a lot of teachers, and all of the teachers that I've talked to said that their students are falling behind at least a grade level because they are not understanding. Last night, there was a guy, I went to the other school board meeting. He was given a presentation. He had a microphone and a mask, and they had shields. And they told him, we can't understand you. Can you speak up? Can you imagine what these students are going through? Having masks and shields that are dirty. If the kid at the back of the class is having to look through a few of them. This is sad. I hope you help.
Would you like to speak to a staff member about the mask mandate?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Mr. Neal, could you give her your business card and she can call you maybe at a time. Oh, and you said we had another person. I'm sorry.
Speaking.
Let me say this for the record real quick. During my court appearance that I had to deal with, the judge had said, get you some legal help if you need to. You all know what I'm just going to tell you because I want the public to hear this. Even advised certain people to help me in my report, my brief. I didn't take any help. I didn't take any from your Dr. Ruffin, who's a beautiful woman. I didn't take nothing from any witnesses. You want to know why? The mess that she's gone through, what I have seen up in here, that you guys have put her through accordingly, especially the district's AV press that you put her through, I wouldn't even allow her. I did what she tells you guys to do because I've been learning the little methods of how you do it. I recused her from me because you know why? She didn't have to deal with what I had to deal with because it wasn't her journey. I walked up in here on my own. I tried to get help from your former leader, and all of you all that are still dealing with that. But let me just say this with the May 30th, 2019, I believe it is, in LA Times said about Dr. Ruffin. Ruffin, who was elected at the time along with Carell, is the first Black woman to serve on the board, the director of special education for the Oxnard School District, which apparently your press out here always like to try to find something negative to say. But let me say this. I haven't heard one of you say one time, Happy Black History Month. And half of you know what? Half of us are half white and half of whatever in us. But nobody ever says nothing about what the history really is. You ready for the presidency? You ready for that White House that the slaves built? But you surely don't want to hear about everything else. Why haven't you never acknowledged that? You act as though you're so transparent. You're not. That's what Dr. Ruffin has found out with all of you all. It was the attorney that helped you guys save you millions because Bridget Cook got fired. Stockdale Hunt and all of you on this board, you're trying to get me because of the simple fact she got fired. She's a Black woman. So you feel like Dr. Ruffin did something to get her fired. It was 3 votes that did that. I was nowhere in town, trying to deal as a parent. So now that I sit up here and say something about Black History Month, if in fact the judge finds that I am liable for saying what I said about Coach DJ Hines calling the kids the N-word, and these 2 teachers that popped up unannounced, unindicted, Stockdale and Hunt, and want to twist the words around, if I have to pay $20,000 to these no good people, trust me, I'm gonna go down like Dr. Martin Luther King. I'm gonna go down like John Lewis. I'm gonna go down like Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm gonna go down like Dr. Ruffin. I'm gonna go down like, you know what, Billie Holiday. Because you know what? It ain't like our slaves haven't had to pay, our ancestors haven't had to pay for their freedoms. When they were free, they still had to pay to get off of the land, share off of the land, right? So I hope that you can feel the way I'm feeling today, which is I'm proud to be a Black American. I'm proud that Dr. Ruffin initiated trying to come out and help us. Perel, you tried to too. You didn't have to fall into none of this mess that this district got you in, where you can't stand up. You was a good woman that probably could have stood up, but they threatened you to come to your house. Well, you know what? Stockdale came to my house when he served me some paperwork, but he sure wasn't available when the sheriff tried to serve him. But he got served while he was sitting there eating a burger at Primo, right over there in Quartz Hill. He got served to get to court. Thank you very much.
I offered the last speaker an opportunity to speak with staff. Vivian, is that something you want to do?
You know better than that. Why would I even do that? You know that, Ms. Wynn. You weren't here when all this stuff started. When I asked you to speak to me,
I'm sorry. I was trying to be kind.
That wasn't kind. That wasn't kind. If you got a picture of a picture showing you want to shoot Dr. Ruffin, you want to shoot Miss Burrell.
There's no picture of me
saying yes, it is.
Anything like
you want to know what? You want to see it? You guys have t-shirts. There was Stockdale's in the recall.
No, I'm sorry. It's never been anything like that.
Oh, no.
Kind of person.
Wait, Dr. Where
and I would never do anything like that.
You didn't donate. It came from your recall people. And you guys went to school. Thank you. You have a picture of it that way. I got it. So like Stockdale said, if you want to see that, I have it.
I'm not that kind of
yeah, I got everything. I'm sure this is a Photoshop, but you know what? Maybe something could have happened. No, you know why I wasn't? Maybe because of 3 imposters. Thank you, Miss Wynn. You got the last word.
So that's what I get. Okay, we're going to move on to 7, personnel services action item. We're going to open and conduct and close a public hearing for the Antelope Valley Teachers Association, the initial proposal for negotiations to the collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Union High School District for the 2022-2023 school year, and the board will open the hearing at 7:51. Comments from staff. Mr. Neal?
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Wynn. Appreciate the opportunity. As you know, we are entering the season of negotiation, and this year with Antelope Valley Teachers Association, the entire contract is open. It is open every 3 years. So we take a look at articles in the contract that we want to bring some attention to. We don't always look at every article, but there are a number of articles that we will always look at when it comes to salary, benefits, working conditions, leave. Those are some of the prime ones. There's a few articles that we will look at for some clarification. But what we have here for you is Antelope Valley Teachers Association openers, and they have provided a document for us that shares a little bit of the direction that they would like to go. And just as a reminder, this is a full contract year. Our contract does allow us, it's been negotiated that every other year between the 3 years, we do bring up salary and benefits, and then each party is allowed to bring up 2 other articles. That's within the language of the contract, but this year the full contract is up.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the board?
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. Thank you, Mr. Nehan, for providing the board with the actual articles, the collective bargaining agreement that wasn't provided in the board agenda. It helped fill in the gaps for what the discussion were about. Thank you for that.
Hey, anybody else? Are there any comments from the public?
I don't have any comments from the public.
Thank you, Rachel. We're going to close the hearing then at 7:53 and move on to item B, which is acknowledge receipt of the Antelope Valley Teachers Association, an initial proposal for negotiations to the collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Union High School District for the 2022-2023 school year. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees acknowledge receipt of the Antelope Valley Teachers Association initial proposal for negotiations to the collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Union High School District for the 2022-2023 school year. May I have a motion?
Second.
One motion by Mr. Rush and a second by Ms. Burrell. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
You, Ms. Burrell? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Motion passes 5-0 with student board member voting yes. Item C is open conduct and closed public hearing. Public hearing for the Antelope Valley Union High School District's initial proposal for negotiations to the Antelope Valley Teachers Association Collective Bargaining Unit Agreement for the 2022-23 school year. And we will open the hearing at 7:55. Comments from staff. Mr. Neal, you're on again.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. What you just received was Antelope Valley Teachers Association proposals for negotiations. What you have before you now are the district proposals on what we would like to discuss. And again, if we're looking at it a standpoint from discussing our interests as a district and hearing from AVTA their interests. And so what we have in addition to salary and benefits and working conditions are some other language and some of the other contracts that we want some clarification on, and maybe some cleaning up of some specific language. So many of those articles we won't spend too much time on, but that's what you have before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Are there any comments from the board? Okay, comments from the public?
There's no comments from the public.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. We will close the public hearing at 7:56. And move on to item D, which is acknowledge receipt of the Antelope Valley Union High School District initial proposal for negotiations to the Antelope Valley Teachers Association Collective Bargaining Unit Agreement for the 2022-2023 school year. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees acknowledge receipt of the Antelope Valley Union High School District's initial proposal for negotiations for the collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Teachers Association for the 2022-2023 school year. May I have a motion? Second. I have a motion by Mr. Rush and a second by Ms. Burrell. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will ask the student board member, how do you vote?
Sorry, Miss Nguyen, my phone was a little bit delayed. We're on D, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, you voted yes. Okay, Ms. Burrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush? And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, meaning the motion passes by a vote of 5-0, with the student board member voting yes. Item E, approval of provisional internship permit. It's recommended the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel to submit a provisional internship permit allowing the individual to teach in the subject areas directed. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. A motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion?
Yes, I had asked Mr. Nehan for some information regarding this candidate that I didn't get back prior to this vote. So just for the record.
Dr. Ruffin, if you like, Mr. Neal can provide that information now.
I'm not sure if it can be provided, if it's a employee issue or if that's something that needed to be discussed in private. So if it's something that can be public, I'll take it. If not, it'll just impact my vote by abstaining.
Sure, and just to share with the board, Mr. Hicks has been an employee with us. He's been a substitute teacher and he's been assigned to a classroom as a long-term sub. Not being able to take advantage of being a credentialed teacher, he's been a sub. He has completed enough coursework where we were able to provide him a contract and on a provisional internship permit. This will last a full year. He's under the eyes of CCTC. He's credentialed and appropriately placed there. He still has to pass his CSATs, but we're hoping he can do that. And instead of now being a sub, he's a teacher under contract with us.
Do you have any other questions, Dr. Ruffin?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else? Call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mrs. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Flynn is an aye as well, and so the motion passes 5-0 with student board member voting yes. Approval of short-term staff permit STSP. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a short-term staff permit allowing the individual to teach in the subject area indicated. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. That was Ms. McGrady as the motion, and the second was Ms. Burrell. Any discussion? Having a motion and a second, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. Burrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Wynn is an aye as well, and so the motion passes 5-0 with our student board member voting yes. Item G, approval of agreement with Leadership Associates, PS number 2021-22-08. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve agreement PS number 2021-22-08 with Leadership Associates, and that Brett Neal is authorized to execute the agreement as presented. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. I have a motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Discussion.
Yeah, what's this, is this strictly assistant superintendent, sir?
Yes, Ms. Rush, if you remember, the board used Leadership Associates for this superintendent search. This is now, they're going to be assisting us and working with me for the search for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, which is Mr. Needham's former position.
This Leadership Associates will be working with cabinet and not the board like we did.
Correct, yes, I'll take a lead with that, and then as we get closer, we'll infuse cabinet into those discussions.
Okay.
When you were hired into your past position, was that a Leadership Associates search that found that?
It was not.
100% sure because it's been running on a search. Well, we got some good candidates right here. That's my opinion. Anybody have any else? Yes, not. All right.
Okay. You have to give them 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Anybody else have any comments? Dr. Ruffin, Ms. Burrell, Ms. McGrady, our student board member, Anita, I have no comments as well. Okay, we're going to call for the vote. Mr. Martinez.
Aye.
Ms. Burrell. Aye. Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Ms. McGrady. Aye. Mr. Rush.
No.
Ms. Wynn is an aye as well, and so the motion passes with a vote of 4-0 with our student board member voting yes. Item 8, business services action item Item A is adopt a resolution to select adjusted trustee area maps. The district previously transitioned from an at-large election system to a by-trustee area election system. After reviewing current trustee areas and based on the most recent census data, the district's demographer determined that the trustee area map is not in compliance with California Education Code 5019.5. The district has provided an opportunity for the community to provide input on adjusted map options under consideration to ensure population balance is reinstated. At today's meeting, the governing board will consider and vote and adopt a resolution and select an adjusted trustee area map. The matter will now be put before the governing board to adopt the proposed resolution and to select an adjusted trustee area map that provides the required population balance. Members of the board, we will now open the matter up for initial discussion. I see that we have a visitor with us as well. Thank you for being with us tonight. So I'm going to ask for a motion and get this on the floor so we can have a discussion. May I have
Second.
Ms. Krell has made the motion and Dr. Ruffin has made the second. And so the floor is open for nominations to select an adjusted trustee area map.
Are we doing discussion, Ms. Nguyen?
I mean,
It was moved in second. Are we doing discussion?
yes, yes.
Okay. In discussion in regards to this, the maps, I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Nehan in regards to the request that was made by the board by myself for the board at the January 19th board meeting. This is our second meeting in regards to this, our third meeting in regards to this. So Mr. Nehan said, my question was, will the board be provided with the exact boundaries, which the representative said that we would get. According to Mr. Nehan, he was informed that the hiring team will not be providing the board the specific boundaries because they simply did not have enough time and are too busy to provide that for the board. I think that that is absurd, considering we're paying for this service and we cannot, on a minimum, get the specific boundaries. And it was thoroughly discussed. I do not believe that this was an outrageous request to ask for, given that I am asking, given this information, I'm asking that we postpone this vote and if need be, have a special board meeting in the next few weeks so that all of our constituents and the board has transparent information before the county needs our input on March 1st when the maps are due. Also, there is disparity between District 4 and 3 and 20 of almost 2,000 people. Is there a way to balance these areas better than is what is presented, or is this rushed as well?
I'd like to just jump in first and say that if you'll look in your agenda, there are maps that have the exact boundaries. They're in there. It's in your agenda.
Well, Ms. McGrady, I wasn't asking you to clarify anything for me. I'm asking for the monitoring team. And just like you have eyes, so do I. I see the map. And the question at the last board meeting was, the map was so minute and small that even when you made it bigger, you could not tell what those specific streets are. So I don't need this propaganda about if I will look. I am a grown woman and I have eyes, and trust me, I do my work and I do my background. And I look for this and I asked for this and I did meet with the superintendent, and what he said to me was, we simply were not going to get it. That is my concern. I don't understand what the problem is to say, Area 5 is Avenue S, North coordinates. I'm not paying, the district, the taxpayers are paying for this service. So if we're paying for a service, we should not be told sorry, we're too busy to provide the board with enough information to make an informed decision. That should be.
Okay, so, Mr. Foster, it's my understanding that it wasn't, the company that would be able to provide boundaries, specific street names, were not able to do that, or they didn't have the time. That was my understanding. No?
If I may, I guess, respond here. The maps that the district has, I believe that are posted, I believe it looks like, and maybe I am missing, maybe there's some confusion on my part on what else is missing. But we did try and ensure that the boundaries or the streets where the borders had the streets identified on the maps. If you look at the scenarios 1 and scenarios 2, but maybe there was additional detail that was further requested, but we did try and include that. If you look at the zoomed in portions of the maps.
Mr. Foster, I'm looking at what you're saying, and I have looked at it. For example, I don't know if the board can bring this map up right now. For Avenue S in Area 5, the north and south street of that is not clear. Going east and west with a horizontal line, I can see that that's Avenue R. Going up from there, it looks like north and south, it's 70th Street East. To the right of that, another horizontal is Avenue J. But going to the far north part of there's no mention of what that street is. And then to the very top, there is no cutoff to tell me what that street is. Even as far east, there's no cutoff. The legend also that is given to this board blocks some of the area in east. I can go further and go to the streets that are supposed to be designated for Area 3 and Area 2. It is not clear, even for Area 1, what that boundary is. And I thought that I was pretty clear just to ask specifically, what are the boundaries? I mean, I don't know what the secret is.
I don't think there's a secret really, Dr. Rupp. And I came in and Mr. Nehan has a blown up version of the map. And it's actually, to me, it was quite easy to read. So does anybody else have any concerns?
Miss Wynn, my comments were my opinion and based off of what I just shared. So I wasn't looking for feedback from the board. I'm actually looking feedback from the agency that we hired and to have that information spelled out. This is my perspective. And I think I was very clear from my description just now of what areas are not clear in this presentation.
This is the part where we have discussion. So anybody else have any concerns or questions? Or
I'd like to just suggest I go with scenario 2, take a vote on it.
Are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion for map number 2, scenario 2.
Ms. McBrady makes the motion. Do we have a second?
Well, first of all, Ms. Wynn, I know we don't follow parliamentary procedures, but there's already a motion that's currently on the table, and there's still discussion about my question in regards to the difference of Trustee Area 2 that has 79,931 residents counted, the Trustee Area 3 with 81,799, and Trustee Area 4 with 83,062 residents. It looks like there's a difference of almost 2,000 people in Area 4 than it is in Area 2. So, I asked about a consideration to possibly balance those further. When I did speak to Mr. Nehan, he spoke about each respective area having a 10% adjustment. And unfortunately, on the maps that we're currently looking at here, I do have my agenda from the last board meeting here as well, but in this presentation to us, it does not give us the comparables from 2010 in this current presentation to 2020. What we have here is population of 18 and over for 2020 census and the citizens by voting age population estimate for 2015 through 2019. So I am also asking for clarity on the adjustment of representation of individuals so that it's a sense of equity. And I do understand the importance of this because it matters where our constituents are situated for whom they have a right to vote for their board members in the future.
If, may I, would you like to respond?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes. So if you look at the maps that you have, and I'm not sure which version, which scenario you're looking at. Before this process, the 5019.5 process, we look at the total population variance across the board, meaning the difference in size between the largest trustee area and the smallest trustee area. If you look at scenario 1, for example, we look at the total variance, which is 3.8%. So that number is the number that must be beneath 10%. And what you look at is you look at the largest trustee area, which I believe is trustee area 4, and you compare that to the smallest trustee area in scenario 1, which I believe is trustee area 2. And you take the difference between those two. Trustee area 2 is smaller than the ideal or average population, and trustee 4 is larger than the average or ideal population. You take the difference between the two, and that's 3.8%. And so that number is the number that should be less than 10%. So that's how the variance is calculated. Does that clarify things?
Excellent. Thank you so much for that clarity. And I'm going to take a look at that right now. And that's for both scenarios, correct?
So for scenario 2, the total variance is 4.3, which is beneath the 10. And then scenario 1, the total variance is 3.8. And those are the numbers that must be beneath 10%.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Thank you so much.
I have a question, and Dr. Ruffin proposed it, that we do have a motion open to bring the item on for discussion, and then now we have the second. Do we have to vote on the first? I've always been taught you never leave motion open.
Yeah, and that's what we're sitting here talking about too. Thank you for clarifying what the motion was. I don't think we have a vote yet on that motion. So why don't we call for a vote on that motion about opening the floor for discussion, which you guys have already had, and then move on to this move on to any subsequent motions that may be made about the trustee maps themselves.
We do have one already.
We're going to do it again.
We're gonna do it again. Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Mr. Rush to bring this item up for discussion. And I'm gonna call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And Ms. Wynn is a yes as well. And so the motion passes by 4 votes yes and 1 vote no, with our student board member voting yes. So now we are actually on the item and we have discussion. I don't know if there's any more discussion on
Ms. Wynn, I'm definitely for honoring Mrs. McGrady's second motion, but just so that we're clear, we've already voted on 8A, and we did not have another vote for whether we accept map 1 or 2. So if we're putting a second motion to do that and have a vote, it's not actually calibrated under an agendized item.
It is on mine. It's on mine. On my.
I think the first part of what Dr. Ruffin said is absolutely right. And I think now is the appropriate time, if you want to call for a motion to adopt a certain proposed map,
Okay.
now would be the time.
Okay, I'm going to do exactly that and call for a motion to adopt a specific scenario.
I would like to
Move.
propose that we do scenario 2.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. McGrady to adopt scenario number 2.
I would like to clarify the motion so that we can have an adequate vote.
Okay.
If there's Mr.
You can call
I'm
for
losing. Sorry, I'm missing your name right now. Our board, the district attorney.
I'm not offended, Warren.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Jay Furno.
Mr. Furno, thank you. Is there a way that we can position the motion so that it's adequate, where we have we can actually do a vote on 1, and we can do a vote on map 1 and also do a vote on map 2 for clarity, as Mrs. McGrady would like to honor, so that we have an opportunity to vote. All board members have an opportunity to vote for or against option 1, and all board members have a right to vote for map 2 for or against. Can we do that?
I believe that you need to call for a motion to adopt a scenario.
Okay.
And there can be a discussion about that scenario. And if it doesn't get enough votes, then we can call for a second motion about another scenario.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion was made and seconded, made by Ms. McGrady and seconded by Mr. Rush to select scenario number 2. Do we have any discussion concerning that motion?
Yes, once again, I'm going to say that even with the blown up version of scenario number 2, there's a substantial amount of information that's left off because on the smaller map for trustee area 2, the area extends all the way over to 240th Street East without clarity on what that farthest east boundary is. On the blown up version that's here and that we see, what I can see is 150th Street East is the presentation for scenario 2, but it doesn't give us the information as far east or as far west in area 1 either, for the record.
Okay, for the record, thank you. Anybody else have any comments or discussion or questions, concerns? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell? Aye. Ms. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush? Yes, and Ms. Quinn is a yes, and so motion passes by a vote of 4 yeses to 1 no, with our student board member voting yes. Okay. I'm moving on to item B, presentation on energy services contract. Mr. Hawkins, do you have a present ready? Oh,
Right here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All righty. Sorry. Hey, Mr. Hawkins, you're on.
All right, due to the time, I'll try to be extremely brief and go through this. This is a very similar contract for energy services that we've done 2 previous ones with Pac West. This has to do with the air conditioning replacement at different school sites. We are looking at Palmdale, Quartz Hill. They have a mixture of old
Digital, that means the energy management systems. We have inconsistent controls throughout the district that are just flat old, and we're not able to get parts for them easily. We're looking at the building controls here. Like I said, it's an energy management system, and bringing all of the systems onto the same energy management system so we can control them from one computer. We're also looking at changing out a lot of the air conditioning units. You can see there that we have 41 units that we're going to be changing out at Desert Pathways and SOAR Prep. Those are portables. Those are packaged air units that sit on the backside of a portable. We'll be bringing those up to current standards, Desert Winds, Palmdale, Ports Hill, and SOAR High School for changing out those units as well. This is just a picture of some of the old multi-zone units that we have. And then what a new unit would look like. These are up like covering for the library. And these are some specialized AC units, well over 10-ton units. We're looking at being able to provide a savings to the district of about $388,000 a year by replacing old units with low SEER factor energy with the new higher SEER ratings. Plus, the biggest benefit is the ventilation. We'll be able to improve the ventilation in all of the classrooms because we'll have newer units that can now take a new MERV 13 filter. So as we go through these, we're replacing with newer, larger unit. Well, not larger, but I mean, the motor's more powerful to handle the thicker MERV 13 filters. So we will be improving the air quality in those rooms. We're looking at a total cost of about $12,076,000. Our lifetime savings are estimated at over $14 million, and we'll have close to $390,000 in annual savings, meaning lower electric bills. We'll be doing the Ports Hill gym. We'll be doing replacements at several sites and the building control upgrades. We have a estimated timeline. It's good right now. Air conditioning units are taking over 6 months to from when you order it today to when they become available. And just a summary that we'll be looking at the Palmdale Library, be doing the modifications at Ports Hill Gym, as well as those other sites that we were looking at here. And do you have any questions on that?
Anyone have any questions, concerns?
Messed it up.
Discussion, thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Item C, Energy Services Contract Determination and Approval for air quality measures. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve a contract for energy services to Pacific West Energy Solutions and authorize Brian Hawkins, Assistant Superintendent, to execute contract documents on behalf of the district. May I have a motion? Motion. I have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion?
Ms. Wynn, just so that we're clear, you have moved on from B to C for the vote?
Yes, I'm on item C.
Okay, great.
But item B was the presentation, and item C.
No, I'm clear it was the presentation. I just didn't hear where we moved. I didn't hear you announce item C. We just went specifically to vote on item C after Mr. Hawkins presented on 8B. So I didn't know that we had already transitioned over, just for clarity.
Do you need me to repeat the recommendation?
I don't.
Okay. Any other discussion, concerns? Having a motion and a second, we will now call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell? Aye. Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Ruffin.
I was just about to say, you skipped me. Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. Lynn is a yes. Motion passes 5-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Item D, authorization to award contract for Ports Hill High School. Re-roof bid number 8/21-22. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize the award of contract for the Quartz Hill High School re-roof to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and further authorize Assistant Superintendent Brian Hawkins to execute contract documents on behalf of the district. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. I have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, have a motion and a second. We'll now call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush? And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. The motion passes 5-0 with a student board member recommending a yes vote. Item E, authorization to award contract for Quartz Hill High School roof repairs, bid number 9 /21-22. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees authorizes the award of contract for Quartz Hill High School roof repairs to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and further authorize Assistant Superintendent Brian Hawkins to execute contract documents on behalf of the district. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. A motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. Brady. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush? And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, and the motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Authorization to award contract for Antelope Valley High School re-roof bid number 10 /21-22. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorizes the award of contract for the Antelope Valley High School roof repairs to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and further authorize Assistant Superintendent Brian Hawkins to execute contract documents on behalf of the district. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. I have a motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, and the motion passes by a vote of 5 yes to 0 with student board member recommending a yes vote. Item G, authorization to award contract for Antelope Valley High School roof repairs bid number 11 /21-22. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize the award of contract for the Antelope Valley High School roof repairs to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and further authorize Assistant Superintendent Brian Hawkins to execute contract documents on behalf of the board. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush? And Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well, and so the motion passes 5-0 with student board member recommending a yes vote. Number 9, administrative services action items. 2022 CSBA Delegate Assembly election. The Board of Trustees is asked to vote for candidates running for CSBA Delegate Assembly. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. A motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Discussion.
I would like to suggest that we vote for the incumbents who are local: Julie Boatman, Steve DiMarzio, and Keith Giles. That would give us representation from our area.
Any discussion? Okay, so Mr. Fernald, I have a motion open just to open this for discussion, and then now we have a recommendation by Ms. McGrady.
Try to make it difficult. Well, so maybe I change that to a suggestion that we elect those three under the former motion. Can I do that?
So tell me again the motion.
The original motion was to bring, I'm sorry, hold on.
I think we should hire a search firm to look for.
The original motion was to take a vote for the delegate.
Ask to vote.
Yeah. To bring it up for discussion. And during the discussion, Ms. McGrady.
And so I'm gonna say, just to be consistent with your earlier position, that you don't like to leave a motion unvoted on. Take a quick vote on opening up the discussion, and then let's get a motion for the delegates.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take a vote. We've opened it up, had some discussion, and I'd like to take a vote. Student board member, what is your recommendation that we consider this? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Pearl. Aye. Dr. Ruffin.
One more time?
We're taking the original motion to consider nominating someone to the delegate assembly for CSBA. Now, and this is just the initial vote to take that into consideration.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McGrady. Aye. Mr. Rush. And my vote is an aye as well, so the motion passes 5-0 with the student board member recommending a yes vote. Now I will take the agenda item that the board as a whole may vote for up to the number of vacancies in the region as indicated on the ballot. There are 3 vacancies in the region. And the candidates are Julie Bookman, Stephen DiMarzio, Keith Giles, and Ernesto Smith. I need a motion as to your recommendation.
I will do that. I'll make a motion again that we choose Julie Bookman, Steve DiMarzio, Keith Giles, and to represent us for the delegate assembly. They're all local and they're from here, that would give us representation on that board.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. McGrady and a second by Mr. Rush. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn is a yes as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 4-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Number 10 is approve the consent agenda. Approve items on the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all of the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that the item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and or discussed separately. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. May I have a motion? Motion. Second. A motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Discussion.
Yes, I have some discussion. I would like to pull several items.
Okay. A second. All right. Go ahead.
I would like to pull 14B, the resolution of acceptance of the completion Sierra School Equipment Company for furnishing at the Holston building. That's for vote and discussion.
Okay. And anything else?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to pull 11A, 11B, 11C, 11D, and 11E for vote and discussion.
11A, B, C, and E, or D2?
A, B, C, D, and E, all of them is to adopt the proposed administrative regulations for English, ESS English, ESS English 10, ESS English 11, ESS English 12.
Are those for discussion or vote and discussion or what?
Vote and discussion is fine.
And discussion, okay.
I would like to also pull 11F, Educational Services Triennial School Accountability Report Card for vote and discussion.
All right.
Actually, just for discussion is fine. I don't have to vote differently on that.
On item F, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
And then my last one is 14F, Business Services Purchase Order and Direct Pay Schedule. I'm looking at page 2. The number is 2203066. Again, it's page 2 of 14F, and the item number is 2203066. It's AV Press Welcome Advertisement. And the second, excuse me?
That's 6-5.
And then my last one is on page 4 of 14F, item 2203221, DBA for the sound podium of the boardroom at Halston.
Okay, is that it? In-house or did you have more?
That's all I have.
Okay. Anybody else? Excuse me, anybody else have any? Okay, I do just may want to make a comment on 14A. And oh, I'm sorry, let's see. Oh, and 12B, those are just for comment only. So you had item 11F for comment.
Excuse me, are you talking to me, Ms. Nguyen?
Yes, yes.
Which number?
Item 11F. You had it down for just comment.
Yes, ma'am. Are you ready for my comments?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So going through the school accountability report card is quite interesting. Some of the areas align with our Lcap. But one thing that's very consistent is there is no consistency across our 13 schools, 10 of our comprehensive high schools, where we're talking about a unified mission, a unified vision, unified curriculum. But what was consistent in 9 of those 10 schools is issues relating to school safety. And that was the only consistent part. So I just want to acknowledge that in this student accountability report card, as we're addressing the issues in our district, it's not just so much the discipline or the safety issues, but we should be leaning in on student learning and achievement. Those are my comments for that area.
Okay, thank you. There was a comment on 12B, and that was from me. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that the Wolf Connection has been able to get a grant and offer their services to Eastside High School and Plumville High School. Have had multiple opportunities to take a look at the work that the Wolf Connection does, and I'm totally impressed and want to make sure that they understand that I thank them, and I'm sure the students and staff will at Eastside High School for picking those 2 schools to benefit from their grant. And then the next one in order would be 14A, business services donations. I always want to make note of the fact that people have donated, including one of our teachers, Kathy Calvert. Thank you so much to those people for their donations to our students. And
Ms. Nguyen, I want to make a comment on 14A as well.
Okay.
Thank you for pulling that with the donations. I was the board member that asked the superintendent Nehan to provide to the board our responsibility of who we take donations from. I questioned this before because I recall monies being given to the school district years ago from Paul George, and it was said that those monies had to be disseminated across the district and that the district had the ultimate say in where those monies went. Since then, I have heard different board members make mention to these donations and the fact that these donations should or must be allocated toward where the donor has specified. But in the actual policy that was provided to us, it is in alignment with what was originally told to me, that the district has the ultimate discretion. And as a board, we also have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that any donations that we're taking in are not of in-kind representation. And I would like to be more informed about who our donors are so that we can make informed decisions, so that there's no conflict of interest as to some perceived pay forward or pay back when we take these donations from individuals as we move forward in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, I think I'm confused then. So if somebody makes a donation to Eastside High School girls soccer team, the money won't go to them then? Or could maybe not go to them, or how does that work?
It would go to them. We have the ability that if there were a specific donation with an outside the box request, that we could not, we may not want to honor the request. I'm sorry, I couldn't come up with that.
So then is the donor notified of that because they may want to take the money back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If someone wanted to make a donation and put a liquor store on one of our campuses, we would say, thank you very much, but no thank you. That's what the policy allows us to do, is to manage donations in that manner.
Does that happen more often than not, or?
No, it happens very infrequently that when a donor asks for the Knights of Columbus to provide to the AVH golf, HS golf team, those funds typically go to the ASB, who then gives it to the golf team ASB club. And they get to choose how they spend it.
And I was going to say, it is the donor's money, and we're offering it to our students, that they should be able to say where they'd like it to go.
Unless it is just an outlandish request.
Thank you. All right. I think those were the only ones that were up for discussion. The others are up for vote. So let's see.
Actually, Miss Wynn, I could, I know you guys always express an issue about time, whereas I'm not really inclined about that, but for the will of the people, for 11A, B, C, D, and E, I can take those as discussion as well, instead of having it as a separate vote for each one of those items. Mainly, my issue is that I spoke with Mr. Nehan in regards to this. There is some grave concern because only a third of our students in this district are receiving A through G courses. It is my understanding that these are special education courses and that they are not in alignment with A through G policies. We have a saying in the special education community that special education students are general education students with supports. So I'm not really sure why there is a differentiation in the ways in which the curriculum is presented. The district, is our responsibility as a board to present the curriculum, but the content should not be any different to the ways in which we present that and help students actually learn is the reasons why they have an individualized educational plan. So I am definitely for English classes not being differentiated in the context of a curriculum base. They should be getting our individuals with exceptional needs, our special education students should be given the opportunity to take these classes, and they count toward the A through G requirement, so that we have more students with special needs, not our more severe or modified, our students who are intellectually disabled or severely autistic and have cognitive issues, but our students who are able to get this content via curriculum with modifications per their IEP should be able to take these classes for A through G requirement. That is my discussion about this. No need for a separate vote.
Okay, and then we move on to the, you also vote on all of these, and the rest are for vote and discussion. Okay, so we'll vote on all of the consent agenda items except for 14 B and 14F, which have been pulled for separate vote and discussion. So do I have a motion?
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. We already did. Sorry about that. Thank you, Ms. Peralta. Thank you. A student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Peralta. Aye. Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. McGrady.
Aye.
Mr. Rush.
Aye.
And myself is an aye as well. So motion passes 5-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. So now we will go to item 14B.
Yes. So for 14B, let's be clear. And I had this discussion with Mr. Nehan as well. I know it was brought up at the last board meeting by another board member as if it's a secret, the ways in which I vote in regards to the Hollister building, because it's not. I've never approved of our need to buy, to make this purchase. It was never clear to me about any polling done via proximity. The Antelope Valley Union High School District covers 2 major cities, which is Lancaster and Palmdale. It didn't seem like there was ever any consideration for a site that might be more conducive in a midway section for our parents in the Palmdale community as well. So when I vote no on the Hollister, anything that's related to that, it's because I've consistently always voted no in regards to this. So the little sarcasm that I get back, if there needs to be any clarification, I'm clarifying it now for the record. And if by chance I miss or it's not clear that something is Hollister and I voted for it, please know that that was a mistake, because it is my intention to not support this purchase because I don't see how it benefits our students and families.
Does anybody else have any discussion on that specific item 14B?
I'd like to make a motion that we take a vote on it.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. McGrady. May I have a second? Second. By Ms. Burrell. Any further discussion? Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And an aye vote from Ms. Nguyen, and so the motion passes 4 yes and 1 no, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Okay, item F. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, ma'am. If we will, for this is no discussion. I think I just said my discussion and it's been consistent for both of these items. If we can put 2203066 and 2203221 for a vote, because I don't have any discussions about these. I just want to vote differently on them. That's what I would like to do. Thank you.
I have a question for you. One was the AV Press. What was the second one?
Because she's doing 6 cents, which is correct.
What was
The second one, the 2203066 is AV Press welcome advertisement. 2203221 is the podium for the boardroom Halston on page 4. That's like almost $4,000. That's the second one.
Excuse me, could I make one clarification?
Okay.
I believe Dr. Ruffin is off by one number. It's actually 0306065 is the Antelope Valley. The 03066 is a Staples contract.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. My eyes is young out here. Thank you so much.
I understand it's probably dark out there for you, but it would be item 22-03065 for the Antelope Valley Press.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, may I have a motion? Motion second. A motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Mr. Rush?
Sorry.
Ms. Wynn is an aye as well. Motion passes by a vote of 4 yes and 1 no, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Okay. Oops, sorry. Pages are sticking together. Okay. Good. Item number 8 is 16. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay, sorry. From the board, the superintendent, Mr. Rush. Yes, Mrs. Sean.
Oh.
Ms. McGrady?
No comments tonight.
Ms. Burrell?
I'll just make it very brief. I just wanted to thank Mr. Santoyo from old Grad Night Prep when I went to go visit the campus. That was the last school that I ever had the chance to tour. I'm actually going to be going back again just to do certain rounds just to see certain programs that we have. But also I wanted to thank obviously staff, teachers, and administration for all the hard work they've been doing throughout this whole school year so far.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. You talk fast. Thank you.
Thank
you. Those were nice comments. Dr. Ruffin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Well, first off, happy Black History Month, Antelope Valley Union High School District. A few things. First, I want to give a warm shout out to Mrs. Orozco for all that she does every day and month to make sure that the board and the superintendent is able to do the business we signed up to do for our students. It takes a village. She is clearly a keeper. My deepest gratitude and thank you, Mrs. Orozco. I want to give a special acknowledgement to all of the hardworking staff in all of our schools, from the staff that greets our community at the main desk, the cafeteria workers, our assistants working with our most fragile youth, our custodian staff, our teachers for showing up ready to teach our students, and our administration for trying to keep it all together. These are indeed trying times for public education in a pandemic. As a product of a public education, I value what this space has to offer and will continue to fight to make sure all of our students are receiving a quality education. It will take all hands on deck to make sure every student succeeds. And this should be our why. Making sure our youth are during their last stretch of the K-12 schooling has every opportunity to maximize his or her learning with the absolute best academic outcomes that will impact their future trajectories. This said, it is beyond time for this toxic board to wake up and attend to the business of our youth learning and academic outcomes, not business as usual, which appears to be the problem with the board being able to direct our superintendent to measure up with the expectations that all of our students need to soar in their futures. In December, I spoke about some things I would like this board to direct the superintendent to do in order to advance our students' learning and overall academic outcomes. We have yet to set aside as a board a plan to discuss these things. Why not? We need to handle business. However, I am confident that when it benefits families or friends who are being accommodated for work, even though they no longer work for our district, we support that. That's facts, not mudsliding. I have concerns about the allegations of misappropriation of funding that came out from the neighborhood legal services of the Los Angeles County and the Equal Justice Society. In 2019, I was a huge voice behind the need for our district to have a forensic audit and was almost hung on a tree by the internal pack from this district and internal politics that did everything in its power to not address the elephant in the room. The underperformance of more than 80% of our student body is a concern. I am overjoyed that we have an opportunity as a board and district to address these concerns and find remedies that will improve, hold on, I'm turning the page, and enhance our student learning, academic outcomes with measurable goals and oversight. This accountability and transparency is well overdue, and our babies are deserving the resources to better their life outcomes. Let's be clear, it is not easy standing up against a machine and the status quo, and I would equally rather be rejected for my convictions than embraced for my compromise. It is our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the Lcap and LCFF is used for our most valued assets, our students, period. I hope that as this team gathers to address these issues, that an external agency and not the usual suspects who continue to perpetuate and uphold the power structures that continue to marginalize our youth and disenfranchise our students and families be excluded in that space. Their willingness to take bribes and support personal agendas are not helping close the academic gaps our students are experiencing. I heard the leadership in this district say in December, the goal was to restore the harm that was suggested to occur with me speaking out about matters like I'm talking about now. This is a new day in the Antelope Valley Union High School District in our community. Our parents, community, students are tired of the top-down mentality and clear system divisiveness that has only benefited a selected few generations in this district. The leadership in this district must change and measure up to the standards that the California educational system has put in place. I am charging the board to work with Mr. Nehan to generate a superintendent report for the board addressing the following issues. A strategic planning framework, one that looks at a vision, a mission, action steps, success indicators, where the board and superintendent must fulfill our major responsibilities to our students. Set the direction for the district through a process involving parents and guardians, students, staff, the community, and staff solely focused on student learning and achievement. I think that we need to work with the superintendent as a board on a process for establishing and reviewing the district vision statement, including stakeholders that I mentioned above. According to the CSBA gamut policy, the board should review the district vision statement at least every 3 years, or whenever a new board member or superintendent joins the district. That hasn't happened. I recommend that after the reviews, that the board have a chance to revise and or reaffirm the direction it has established for the district, which is something this board has not done in over 20 years. Included in this mission statement, I am recommending an equity statement as well. This will address universal systems, structures, and alignment, a need to address adequate attention to equity, access, and achievement, and a need for authentic stakeholder communication, if you will. In this strategic plan for framework, I am hoping that our vision will clearly explore what is our why. What does the future hold for our students? And where do you see the Antelope Valley Union High School District in 5 years? Next, regarding our mission, I would like for us to explore what do we do to advance our current vision if we choose to keep what we have. Look at what our purpose is as a district and what are we saying that we're serving? It has to be more than only serving a third of our students. Finally, our action steps for success indicators, can we explore what would be 2 to 3 priority areas for us to focus on and look at the ways in which we will get there and how we will measure success? I strongly believe a superintendent report that addresses these issues will unify our work with the Lcap goals, prioritize our actions, and offer metrics with meaning. Likewise, having a vivid vision will convey a wider impact of our why and our work. A memorable mission will also share the reason Antelope Valley Union High School District exists and what we stand for. These are some suggestions to guide and address the lack of oversight variations in services that I have observed in our school accountability report card and our Lcap. I am hopeful this board will step up and direct and work with the superintendent on providing a learning environment that promotes academic success for our youth. Last, I want to address Mr. Nehan, looking at my interest into returning to the board in person. I do not miss being attacked by board members on this board. With an external representation from the DA's office, I would welcome going back into a closed session. I thought being in a space would lessen the threat, being here at Starbucks. However, at the last board meeting on January the 19th, Mr. Wynn, a local school board member and husband of the board president, also might I add, he has a history of coming to board meetings, spreading lies, and part of the district PAC, came to my location, parked recklessly, aiming his phone at me. Of course, I was threatened by that. And what was the purpose? He doesn't live in my community or on my side of town. This is the type of intimidation and harassment that I speak about. And I am doing my best to avoid this, but it continues. And I continue to be the target as an elected official. This must stop. In closing, I am looking for better days and options for our youth and parents. Please keep standing up for our students, holding the board accountable for your child, standing with organizations like NLSLA in the Equal Justice Society, and others are welcome. Education has always been the key to success, and I will do everything in my power to endure this environment as we must reach for our students to have deserving expectations. I'm done.
Mr. Martinez, do you have anything?
No.
For Superintendent, Mr. Nehan.
Thank you. I just want to briefly thank Mr. Patterson and the students of the AV High School VSU for the invitation to attend their first Wednesday T-shirt and Knowledge Day last week at AV High School. In honor of Black History Month, students read a description and shared contributions of each of the Divine Nine, and I was proud to represent Mississippi Valley State. The students all had a great time and they learned a little bit along the way. So thank you.
Thank you. Closed session number 17. Conference with labor negotiator, government code section 54957.6. I'm sorry. I'll read the report out of closed session. Board members present was Ms. Burrell, Ms. McGrady, Mr. Rush, and Ms. Wynn. Board member Dr. Ruffin was absent from closed session. Item A, conference with labor negotiator, government code 54957.6. During closed session, the board have a conference with labor negotiators, Mr. Brett Neal, regarding A, certificated bargaining unit, B, classified bargaining unit, and C, unrepresented group. The board took no action. Item B, public employee dismissal, discipline, release, reassignment, and non-reelect. During closed session, the board considered a public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, and non-reelect. The board took no action. Item C, public employee discipline, release, government code section 54957, consideration of resolution 2021-22-20, non-reelect certificated employees. During closed session, the board considered resolution 2021-22-20, non-reelect certificated employee, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the resolution to provide notice of non-reelection to certificated employees. Item D, Administrative Hearing Panel. May I please have a motion to approve the Administrative Hearing Panel recommendations for student expulsions and to order as presented the expulsion of 5 students.
Motion. Second.
By motion of Ms. Correll and a second by Ms. McGrady. Okay, board members, how do you vote? Ms. Correll? Aye. Ms. McGrady? Aye.
Dr. Ruffin, no.
I'm sorry. Okay, Dr. Ruffin is a no. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 4 yeses to 1 no. Dr. Ruffin voting the no. Item E, final settlement and release agreement of STS-22-0860AH case number 2021090085. During closed session, the board considered the final settlement and release agreement. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the settlement release agreement. Item F, student matter education code 31546, specific waiver request renewal. California State Department of Education, special education, specific waiver request for non-CDE approved non-public school placement. Judge Rottenberg Educational Center. During closed session, the board considered the student matter and education code 31546, specific waiver request renewal. California State Department of Education, special education, specific waiver request for non-CDE approved non-public school board placement, grade school placement. Judge Rottenberg Educational Center, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the waiver request. Item G, student matter education code 31546, specific waiver request. California State Department of Education, special education, specific waiver request for non-CDE approved non-public school placement at Devereaux, Texas. During closed session, the board considered student matter code 31546, specific waiver request. State Department of Education, special education, specific waiver request for non-CDE approved non-public school placement in Devereaux, Texas. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the waiver. Item H, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Government Code section 54956.91 case. During closed session, the board considered 1 case of anticipated litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Government Code section 54956.9, and the board took no action. And that's it for closed session. Number 18, we reconvene to regular meeting. And I already reported out. Item B is adjournment. Second. Well, I was gonna ask you. I'd like to close the meeting in memory of Glenn Miller. Glenn was hired as a social study teacher for Little Rock High School in 1993 and taught there until he retired in 2016. He continued to volunteer at Little Rock High School until 2020, serving the district for 27 years. And who made the motion?
John did. I mean,
Rush. Okay. And second was Ms. Correll. Okay.
Well, there wasn't any discussion, Ms. Nguyen, but I accept the remembrance of Miller. And also, I do want to add for the record, even though it's reported that I'm quote unquote absent from closed session, I'm actually staying in an open session because of all the things I've already discussed there. So that's just for the record. Thank you.
Okay, I was just gonna call for a discussion about closing the meeting in memory of our
Motion.
beloved, thank you, but you already made it. I'm just asking for discussion, so. Board member, how you vote? Ms. Pearl. Aye. Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Ms. McGrady. Mr. Rush.
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye, 5-0. We are out again. Thank you, everybody, for staying so long. Appreciate your patience.